I'm Ian Johnson here in the Big Tire Garage getting ready for this year's annual King of the Hammers race. And a class that I always look forward to watching is the 4500 modified class. This is your Method Race Wheels Ultra 4 class breakdown for the 4500 modifieds. Since 2012, this class competes during the Everyman Challenge Day of racing that takes place on the same track as the main event, just a shorter distance. The cars look similar to hardcore trail rigs, but don't be fooled, these are serious race cars. The 4500 cars must have a front-mounted engine, but there is no limit to the amount of power it can make. You have to have mechanical steering, meaning either a traditional steering gear or steering rack that is attached to the axle and connected to the steering wheel. Hydraulic assist is allowed, and most cars will utilize this upgrade. Two 2.5-inch shocks per corner. Now that means you see most of these cars with a coil carrier and a bypass shock, allowing them to fully tune the suspension, but they are limited to 14 inches of travel. And finally, the biggest thing with this class is the cars must use a 37-inch tall DOT legal tire. Even with these limitations, these cars fly through the desert and crawl over huge rocks that make King of the Hammers, King of the Hammers. I'm sure some of you sit at home and watch King of the Hammers and think to yourself, I'm sure the SUV that I drive to work every day could tackle a racetrack like that. Well, that's what the stock class is all about. Vehicles that you could literally drive to Johnson Valley, tackle the toughest one-day race on the planet, and then hopefully it stays together and you get to drive it home. I'm Ian Johnson here in the Big Tire Garage, and this is your Method Race Wheels Ultra 4 class breakdown for the 4600 stock class. This is as close as you can get to the vehicle that you would drive to work during the week and take wheeling on the weekend, but trying to conquer the hardest one-day race on the planet. The stock class vehicle must retain the factory frame, and the wheelbase must stay within 3 inches of factory measurements. The factory engine and transmission must also remain, but it can be replaced with any engine that was available in the same make, model, and year of vehicle. The same style of suspension that the vehicle left the factory with must be retained. That means leaf springs, coil springs, links, independent front suspension, or twin traction beam. It can be upgraded with aftermarket components as long as it is the same overall design as the vehicle left the factory with. Mechanical factory style steering and a single 2.5-inch shock per corner unless the vehicle came factory with dual shocks. Suspension travel is limited to 14 inches and you can only run a 35-inch tall DOT tire. This class is one of the most close-knit groups in Ultra 4, doing battle against the toughest rock trails and hardest desert terrain around in some of the least capable vehicles. Very few stock class cars make it back to Hammertown before the official time cutoff, but they often stay out on course and finish long after most spectators have gone to bed. So what do you do if you feel that your 4400 series car is just not as competitive as it used to be? Or maybe you as a driver, you don't think you're ready to tackle the big race. Well, good news, Ultra 4 has a class for that. I'm Ian Johnson here in the Big Tire Garage, and this is your Method Race Wheels Ultra 4 class breakdown for the 4800 Legends class. Started in 2014, it was originally designed for older 4400 cars that were no longer competitive in the big race. But the class has become so popular, people are building cars specifically for this class. It's one of the fastest growing classes in Ultra 4 as more cars move down to compete, which is allowed as long as they meet the rules. These cars look similar to full-blown 4400 cars because a lot of them used to race in that class. But one of the biggest class limitations is the requirement of a solid front axle. No IFS and no twin traction beam allowed. Has to have a front-mounted engine, but it has unlimited horsepower. Single shock per corner, meaning no additional bypass shocks are allowed, so the speed in the desert is limited even with good shock tuning. Each vehicle must contain 2 seats side by side in the cockpit, and finally the car is limited to a 37-inch tall DOT non-sticky compound tire. Some racers use the Legends class as a preparation class, testing and tuning newly built cars and themselves before moving up to the 4400 class and the big day of racing.
Welcome and good day. Check, check. Is this working? Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Dawson Valley, California, in Hammertown. On screen right now is Dawson Arrington, number 4595. He's in the 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class. This is a 1.3 mile track, and it's going to be a lot of fun. The UTVs ran yesterday and had a heck of a day going. We'll be running multiple classes today. We'll have the 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class, the 4600 Spider Track stock class, and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. But like I said, on screen is Dawson Arrington, number 4595. As he gets a little sideways on this part of the hill, it's a very steep section of the track. We saw some of the vehicles yesterday have a little issues, but he's still making it. That is Matt Howell's old Tribe 16 machine. Dawson Arrington used to race in the 4600 Spider Track stock class, but last year bumped up to the 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class. Dawson Arrington and his whole family is out here in full effect, as Dawson's making his way up. Number 4595, Dawson Arrington. His mom and dad are here. They're always at every single race with him. Great characters of the sport. Dawson Arrington is in the 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class. This is the 2022 Progressive King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. But we are qualifying right now for the four-wheel parts Everyman Challenge. Believe we have just over 100 qualifiers going off the line today. So it's going to be a long, fun day of qualifying here in Johnson Valley, California. On the line next is the 4504 of Travis Riley Sr. Patiently awaiting. We have our USAC race director, Lee O'Donnell, patiently awaiting to sip out Travis Riley. Dawson Arrington coming over that little kicker in the desert section, as Dawson Arrington getting ready to come up and through the Bronco Arch, as Travis Riley in that old school machine taking off. So we have two cars on the track as we speak, Dawson Arrington and Travis Riley. Up next is the 4570 of Joe Gatlin. So we'll see if we can get a time for Dawson Arrington soon as he comes through turn 19. Travis Riley's going around the backside of Means Butte. He's heading up towards Short Bus, but then he'll take a hard right and head towards this tricky rock section. Picture-in-picture, there's a great shot of Dawson Arrington getting ready to hit the Yukon launch. Gets a little sideways, but he saves it. No, he rolls it in the infield. Terrible luck for him. Dawson takes a tumble. Lee O'Donnell's rolling on over. We will get a time for him, but the Tribe 16 team is going to have their works cut out for him. So Travis Riley is out on course still. Getting our recovery team. So the Hammer King safety crew is checking everything out. Looks like Dawson's doing good. So Travis Riley's up in that tricky little rock section still. So hopefully we can get Dawson corrected and back into the pits. Got our official Ford Raptor on the infield, getting them recovered as Travis Riley's made it through the tricky rock section. So we'll hit that little desert jump here in just a second. So Travis Riley up and around the Ford Bronco arch. So Travis Riley hitting that turn 19 as we speak. And a huge sigh of relief. I do see Dawson and his co-driver out of the car. Looks like roughly a 231 for Travis Riley Sr. So patiently awaiting with Fly Off-Road is Joe Gatlin in the 4570 car. We'll be qualifying for the four-wheel parts Everyman Challenge for the rest of the afternoon. But don't forget, tonight at 5:30 is the Pit Crew Challenge presented by Pro Eagle Jack and Buggy Whip. So this short course is approximately 1.3 miles, and later on this afternoon, right around 4 o'clock, we will kick off Power Hour. Dawson will be heading to the Tribe 16 camp here in just a little bit, get that car worked on. But if you don't have Tribe in your pocket, go check out All-Tech Fab School and Rough Stuff. They are on site and offering services here to all the racers out by Recaro Road. I went out and did a little video shoot with Method Race Wheels this morning at Backdoor, and I saw Tread Lightly out there doing a little pickup. So go to treadlightly.org and check them out. They're helping us keep this desert beautiful, and you can be a part of it. So our first car, Dawson Arrington, took a little tumble, but he does get a time. I don't have that time on me right as now. So he'll have a tough break, but they still have a couple more days. He doesn't race until Friday for the 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge. Speaking of 4-wheel parts, they're giving away 2 Boxo Tools toolboxes this week. One to the overall winner for the 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge, and one to anybody that wants to sign up that's a spectator. So go check out the 4-wheel part booth. They've got over $100,000 in inventory here on the lake bed. And if they don't have what you need, they will have it here by tomorrow. They'll even get it from somebody else if they don't carry it. So a huge shout out to 4-wheel parts and their whole clan. We saw Greg Scanlon racing over the weekend, so great to see him out here. And then tomorrow during qualifying, we'll have Brent Gagabert. He'll be racing with us. Two of the top dogs with 4-wheel parts. We love that they support us, and they love to come out and have fun. See one of our Power Hour guys down there checking everything out. Casey Gilbert watching the qualifying as our official Ford trimmer pulling off Dawson Arrington. Looks like we're shortly getting ready to take off. Up next, Proving Grounds Racing, 4570, Joe Gatlin. John Grounds has been racing that car for quite some time, but over this offseason, they've completely rebuilt it. They cut off the front, and it's basically a Miller Pro chassis in the 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class. And while we got you started on the 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge, I'm going to throw it down to my good buddy, Jim Marsden. Jim, take the show, buddy.
Look at this. I'm joined on stage now by Ian Johnson, and we're just about to see Joe Gatlin leave the line. We've already had a load of action this morning, Ian. How good is this?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, when you got a car coming in across the finish line, basically on its roof, kind of Ricky Bobby that one brought her home, but it's still, I think it happened after the timing clock, so he ended up with still got a good time, and that was 3:41 was what he ended up clocking down. We have a 3:02 for Travis Riley, and we're just waiting for Joe Gatlin to leave the line in that Miller chassis car.
Now, the technology that's going into these cars these days is absolutely incredible. Now, we're looking at this. This is a 4500 modified car, and it looks almost like a 4400 class car, doesn't it?
Pretty much the only limiting factor these guys have is no trailing arms, so those shocks are actually mounted on the axle, and then tire size, I think, is going to be their biggest limitation. This year, I think that's going to come into play because we have a lot of rock trails for these guys to hit. So running on a 37 versus a 40, or even some of the 42s that are out there, that's a big deal for these guys.
Yeah, and it doesn't sound like a lot of difference when you talk about it and say 37-inch and 40-inch tire, but it really is night and day when you hit those trails, particularly when you start talking about your wheelbase and your breakover angles and your rollover angles. It really does make a change.
I think it also comes into play this year, especially because we've got a situation where the course has completely changed. These guys are into rocks pretty fast this year versus previous years, and a lot more rock trails as well. So definitely that tire size is going to come into play. As Jim said, 3 classes leaving the line today: 4500 modified, 4800 legends, and the stock class, which is sometimes now the big thing about stock class, we got some heavy hitters in the stock class this year.
We have indeed, and the stock class is one of those classes, it was sort of plateaued for a little while, and then all of a sudden it's just taken off again completely. And you see some of the new vehicles we're coming through. Most excitingly, it's got to be Bailey Cole with this Bronco.
All the Broncos, Bailey Cole's Bronco,
incredible.
You got the Lovels in their Bronco. It's going to be amazing to see that Bronco out there. Unveiled here last year. A lot of people got a good look at it. The technology in it is absolutely amazing. Portal hubs out at the front, either axle, working with the IFS. It's just an amazing piece of technology to participate in that stock class. But this is Joe Gatlin off the line.
Now he's heading out into the first turn now, making his way out into the desert. Now, we saw the guys qualifying yesterday in the UTVs, using the same qualifying course today. It's going to be really interesting to get sort of a time comparison on these machines versus those UTVs.
Yeah, as we were watching yesterday, the question was, were we going to see a sub 2-minute time? I think we're definitely going to see that today. The question is just who lays it down. You know, that these cars are definitely have the ability to go a little bit faster than a UTV, especially in some of the rock sections. The big story here is all the alternative lines inside that qualifying track.
Absolutely. Now, you've got to get it clean before you get to those lines. So you're coming around the bottom of short bus there. It's so important you just don't edge those tyres and just get a flat before you come around to the difficult part. Now, earlier we saw Dawson Arrington coming down here. We called it when we were sitting in here watching, and it was clear he had a problem with his steering, and he was just clipping things, and it was a really unfortunate run for Dawson there. But Joe here looking nice and clean as he makes his way around to the first set of 3 obstacles.
And this is where you basically have 3 lines. There's this, what we're calling a center line. We watched this yesterday, a bunch of UTVs on this one. This appears to be the fastest line if you can one-shot it, unlike this. Unfortunately, that's the problem. The line to the far right is more rocks, so more traction. This is where we saw, yesterday we saw Casey Curry roll here, and that's the problem with this line. The easier line is that far left line, which actually, with the UTVs, ended up being a faster overall timeline.
There we go, change of line there, and Joe makes his way out to the top, but he's just bled precious seconds there. Now, it's worth noting that these cars will be leaving the line on race day in order that they qualify, not in class order. So it doesn't matter if you're racing in 4500, 4600 or 4800. If you qualify first, you'll be leaving the line first.
I think that's why this year we're seeing so many stock class cars out here qualifying. Usually the stock class, they didn't even bother to qualify. They just sort of held back and would just take their end of the row start like usual.
But as soon as you bring those rocks into play, a little bit earlier on, as we watch, it's our Israeli friends. This is Michael leaving the line now, Michael Hen out of Israel. I was chatting to him earlier today, and he's so pleased to be back here. This is his 3rd time here at King of the Hammers, and it's great to see the international teams making their way back into Hammers after all this COVID stuff.
All right, we're watching Joe come around turn 19 in the back of that picture, and so he'll be coming in soon. We'll get a time for him. Once again, if you're watching at home, there's going to be a lot of action today, so here's 2 things you need to pay attention to. Number 1, we pushed our qualifying back a little bit, so this is a time where you're definitely going to want to subscribe to that premium feed if you're watching from home, so you don't miss any of this qualifying action, because we will have to take some commercial breaks, and if you have that premium feed, you won't miss any of the qualifying. But if you just want to keep up on their trackers and their times, you can go to live.ultra4racing.com/live/scoring, and you'll be able to keep up with the same feed that we get right here in the booth and see where your drivers are sitting.
Yeah, we're just watching Michael here making his way. Oh, he's just come to a stop. Picks his way around and off he goes again. I've raced with Michael in Portugal and other countries, Croatia. Lovely guy, really nice team, and they're just here for the passion that is racing.
Now, one thing that we need to talk about, this is also an alternate line that Dave did leave open. The waterfall that we saw people trying to climb up the shootout last night is an alternate line to come down during qualifying if you want. I don't know if it's faster. It's gravity faster, but time faster, I don't know.
Well, there's one thing that we can never deny, and that is that gravity sucks. Okay, I'm guessing Michael's probably changing to low ratio here. Yeah, so he's just looks like he's having some problems just shifting. I'm guessing that he's probably got an Atlas transfer case in there or something similar. So 2-speed box. They'll be using higher range for the faster desert parts, and then changing back down to low ratio.
And a lot of the times when you're shifting those transfer cases, it's easy to get flustered. The Atlas transfer case sometimes gets a bad rap for not being able to shift, but honestly, once you understand how it works and you realize that if you unload that gear set, it actually shifts very smoothly. But sometimes when you're in there trying to shift it in a hurry, it can get difficult. But I think they're checking on him to see what's going on. It looks like he might be backing out. I think there's something, either there's something wrong, something broke, or he knows something's wrong at this point.
Absolutely. It looks like he's got a technical issue there, which is a real shame there for Michael. But while our recovery crews recover Michael, get him off, of course, we're going to cut to a quick commercial, and we will see you guys back very soon for more action here at the 2022 King of the Hammers, the Everyman Challenge qualifying.
race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Let your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Deny.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian.
Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
There once was a colt who was raised by goats. He struggled at first on the snow, the rocks, and the rivers. Then he became strong, capable of handling any terrain. And the colt became a Bronco. With 7 available goat modes that adapt the vehicle to go over any type of terrain, this is the all-new Bronco Sport. It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
Okay, and welcome back to the qualifying here at the 2022 King of the Hammers Everyman Challenge. And we're watching there the 45.06 of Dustin Bratton making his way around, just coming around the final Talladega bend now. A little bit earlier on, we saw Michael Hen being recovered off course. Our only Israeli entry this year. So tough break for Michael. But the good news is he's now got a day or so to get it back in the garage and get it fixed.
Yeah, even though he did take a tumble, it didn't look like it did any damage, but that'll go back over to the Tribe 16 pit, I imagine.
That's Dawson.
Oh, sorry, yes, that was Dawson. Yes, good point, yes. So, yes, we've seen a lot of action. We got Dawson rolling at the finish line, and then we have one car broke on course. We're watching Jesse Oliver right now coming up to the section of our qualifying course where there are 3 different lines. And we had a question come through social during the break, and that was, do we honestly think that the EMC cars are going to move as fast as the UTVs through this qualifying course? And I think we're going to see some surprises today, because my gut tells me there's going to be a few stock class cars that are going to hurt some feelings out there. So I do believe, now I'm not taking it away from the UTVs, they made some incredibly fast numbers on this course, right around that 2-minute mark, but I think we have some of these Everyman Challenge cars that are capable of throwing down a fast time.
Yeah, let's not forget that at 4 o'clock today we have Power Hour, and we have got some big guns that are going to be coming through. Let's just have a quick look at some of those names. So we've got Sean Ratz, Rick Levezzo, we've got Dwayne Garretson, Cody Sinclair, John Matthews, Justin Hall, Kenneth Goodall, Twitchy McGee, Brad Lovell, Bailey Cole, John Schaefer, Cameron Steele, Chase Capera, Jeremy Jones, Andrew Gorman, Kimberly Sparrow, Dustin Sexton, Casey Gilbert, and of course, our reigning king, Randy Slawson. So that's a hell of a lineup for this afternoon.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I did hear that Slawson has had some trouble with his 4800 car. Hopefully, he's got it fixed and back together to come out and qualify. Last year's king coming back racing 4800. That says a lot right there. As we get our last section of our first group going through, I've got some updated times here so far. So right now, Joe Gatlin, 4500 modified, has laid down a 247. Travis Riley Sr., the 4500 modified, at 302. Dustin Brayton with a 4500 modified, 317. And then Dawson Arrington, also 4500, has also laid down a 341. But Joe Gatlin just came in with a 247. So that's our top 5, even though it just made a little shake up there right when...
That's Daryl Crowder there making his way through. Nice, steady pace. Now, you were talking about it earlier, Ian. These guys, when they leave the start line this week, they're actually going to be going into the rocks much faster than usual. Usually they'll be going out for a desert loop, then coming back in for the rock trails. Not so this year. So this position for qualifying is very important.
I think it's important, but not as important as when we watch the UTV race. If you've been out to Turkey Claw, there are so many lines burned in for a vehicle that's running a 37-inch tall tire. There are lots of optional lines in there. I think the UTV class is going to get a few more bottlenecks in that particular rock trail. I think a lot of these guys will be able to pick their way through one. It'd be great for race day. If I wanted to watch this on race day live, I'd be following the yellow line on the Hammertown map and headed out and watching it at Turkey Claw, because I think we're going to...
Remembering that we've got 3 separate classes here. So we've got the Yukon Gear and Axle 4500 modifieds, we've got the Spider Tracks 4600 stocks, and we've got the Branix Legends class. And all of these classes have different rules. So stock are only on a 35-inch tire. Now, that could play, if these guys qualify as fast as you think they're going to play, and they're going to be at the pointy end of the field, is that 35-inch tire going to cause issues in Turkey Claw?
Well, the funny thing about the stock class this year is we have either end of the spectrum, right? we have our personal favorite, Amber, out there in her Suzuki Samurai, who's going to be out there bouncing around. But at the same time, we basically have some full-blown race car Broncos out there racing in that stock class. So what'll be really interesting to see the difference between those two cars when they're out on the course. But right now we're watching Daryl Crowder come through the Bronco Arch and head back into Hammertown.
Picking his way through. Nice smooth lines. Not taking any chances. Into the now famous turn 19.
Yeah, so I don't know if we'll see any rollovers in turn 19 today. I think I think it's been regraded, and B, I think a lot of these guys are just going to check up a little bit. They've seen enough action on that turn.
I think that's Ryan Peretti there, we're watching coming up through. You can see those tyres working hard. It's very difficult to see on these shots, although these shots are incredible. We have to thank our camera crew and our drone pilots. But this course is so cut up already.
Well, it didn't help that we threw a bunch of rock bouncers at it last night at the Holly EFI shootout. But I think, everyone, that's one of the reasons why the starting order was changed a little bit today. The course was changed a lot because of the action out there last night. And they gave them another chance to go out and pre-run a little bit. We saw guys out basically stretching their legs on it all day this morning. And we'll see which way Ryan goes here. Everyone I've talked to has said they're taking this left line.
Yep.
They went pre-running, a lot of the cars, they said they had trouble on the rock walls getting it in one shot. And if that's the only way you're going to make up time in that center section, is you got to hit it once and make it all the way up. If you have to reset back up, you burn so much time.
Absolutely. But I think once we get to power hour, I think we're going to see those guys taking those 2 right-hand lines as they try and break their way up the mountain, and that's going to make for some spectacular viewing.
I'm hoping we see someone take the big drop-off, but I don't think anyone would. But you would be guaranteed to make the highlight reel if you take the drop-off. I'm just going to throw that out there, Your sponsors will love it.
Absolutely, but I was taught many years ago that spectacular failure is better than dismal success.
That is true. I believe that's Traycon Johnson leaving the line. It is 45-35. As we're watching Ryan Brett, just a quick note for you guys watching at home. That ticker up on that screen is going to be whoever is currently on course, even though we're leaving a car out at the same time. So the ticker will update when it happens.
Okay, well, we're carrying on watching the action here, but we've got our man in the pits. It's Scott, and he's got some news for us. Scott, what do you got?
Lucky enough, I was able to grab this guy right here, but I did it very gingerly. Dawson, first off, we want to make sure you're okay. You all right out there?
I'm good, yep. A little sore. I'm sure tomorrow I'll be a lot sore, but I'm doing all right.
Well, just to make this a little bit of fun, I'm looking at your Jeep as I'm looking at you right now, and all four corners look like there's damage because I paced it off. It was about 124 feet. You rolled over.
Yeah, that was pretty violent. I heard that we'd still cross the finish line, so we did get a qualifying time, which makes me, I guess, a little silver lining to all this. But yes, all four corners are going to have to get looked at. I just glanced at it. Looks like the roof is caved in. All of the corners are crushed. The hood's pretty banged up. It won't start at the moment, but we're going to get to work on it. We already got it in the garage. We're going to start tearing it apart, see what we need to do to get it back together for Friday.
Well, that's exactly what King of the Hammers is all about. Your crew's already been pushing it into the tent, like you said, and they're looking at all the vitals. And this is where the King of the Hammers family come together. I'm sure there's going to be more than just your crew working on that thing, too.
Yep. Yeah, it's actually not even my crew helped me push it in. They're out. They went out. They had plans to go out playing today because the schedule kind of got messed up today. Before we got here, I thought I was going to be in power hour, so they made plans to go play, and so they went and played, and I found out I was at 12 o'clock, and so I'm here doing my thing without them, so it's all good. But they're out having fun. I'm here, was having fun. Now I'm going to go have more fun working on my junk. So.
Well, the best thing is you're okay, and we're going to see you on the track, man.
Yep, absolutely.
Dawson Arrington and his boys haven't given up yet. We'll see him later on this week.
Thanks, Scott. Appreciate that. Always good to hear from down in the pits. But we got action on screen right now with Traycon Johnson.
Yeah, Scott, our man out there, picking up all the good stories. Glad to hear that Dawson's well. Been racing with us a long time. Looking forward to seeing that car back on the line come race day.
And on the line, I believe, is Jesse Balter.
Oh, look at him bouncing on those rocks at the top there. Multiple line choices. We watched the UTVs yesterday, taking every single different line possible. And there was no clear favourite, if I'm honest.
That's Chad Jesse. He looks like he's making quick work up there. Whoa, that shows you right there how serious that drop off is.
That's what we call commitment. And he just brought it to the party in a big bucket. Look at this. This is good. It's what we like to see.
Coming around to the bottom, and we're going to see, yep, he's going to take that left line. Like I said, everyone I've talked to, they've just said, it's just safer. It can be faster. We saw it with the UTVs yesterday, and it looks like Chad is laying down a quick time.
Yeah, if he keeps this pace up, he's going to be our pole sitter.
He's not going to beat the UTV time. We have some specific points on course that we could click off to see what someone's going to have to do to get a sub 2 minute or like right near that 2 minute time. And that is you have to come across the top of that rock ledge at 1:08, and you have to be on the flat and over the jump at 1:30. So when he hits this jump, we'll see where he is. I think he's definitely going to be the pole sitter. I'm going to say he's probably going to come in here with a 2:30-ish.
I think you're going to be about right.
Which would put him on the pole. If he comes through the Bronco Arch clean.
Now the Bronco Arch, when you're coming up from that far side there, it's a completely blind crest. You're absolutely launching into thin air.
Yeah, and then he'll come into the infamous turn 19. Earned its name on Sunday as we watched the T1 of Herbst roll on it twice with two different drivers. But yeah, Chad's definitely coming in. He's coming. This will definitely be a pole position for him right now.
So nice clean run there from Chad. Mid 230s, yeah, 238. Great time there.
238.92, and Joe Gatlin is behind him with a 247. So he put 10 seconds on that position. Very good for him, but that's not going to stay all day.
Nope.
We're going to see some fast times as the day goes on, but definitely a quick time for him. I personally really approve of this particular vehicle being an obvious Willys pickup truck. An excellent choice for Rock Racer.
This is what I love about this class. You build it, you bring it, you race it. Oh, look at this. And he's taking that hard right-hand line up the mountain. Is he going to one-shot it? Yes, he is.
And he did.
Old school technology, you see?
Yep.
Look at this go.
Yep, that's good. That's good job. And that'll put him in a good position for a good time.
Yeah, Jesse's really killing it here.
We'll see how much time he makes up on the downhill. This is also where we saw a lot of people make up time, is coming down this section, carrying a little bit of speed all the way down to the bottom.
Yeah, Jesse's showing great pace. Been racing with us a very long time, so it's great to see him doing this. Well, we've got Mike Miller now leaving the line. Also a 4500 class car. Jesse making his way down through the Bronco Arch. Good clean run here. Don't think he's going to take our pole sitter, Chad. But it's going to be close.
All right, as we watch Jesse come into town, we had a question come through social. We've asked you all day. Just go ahead and throw your questions out there. They'll be fed up to us in the booth. The question was about the race itself, which is the 2022 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge. The race has a total mileage of 156 miles. One lap is 86 miles, and lap 2 is 70 miles. So a total of 156 all in.
That's a long course. And it's going to be a tough course as well. There's a lot of extra rocks put in there for this year.
Yeah, there's a lot of rock trails. It's a completely new course, which will be interesting. Like we talked about earlier, Jim, we used to have that very predictable, big, long desert loop.
Yep.
And this year we're into rocks at mile 2, I think is where we're at. I think we're into rocks very, very fast.
Mike Miller here looks like he's got a good time going on. Car looks nice and composed.
And it looks like Chad Jesse came 238, still holding that spot. Joe Gatlin 247. Jesse Balter at 256. Jesse Oliver 301. Travis Riley Sr. at 302. That's your top 5 qualifiers.
As Gary Henderson leaves the line, we've got 26 runners and riders in the Yukon Gear and Axle 4500 class modifieds. And we're making our way down to the final few now. And then it will be the 4600 Spider-Track stock class vehicles.
Mike Miller coming around turn 19, and then he'll get into that big long sweeper that brings him over to the Yukon launch. Finish line is just on the opposite side of that launch. And then we'll add his time to the list. .240. So Mike Miller pushed Joe Gatlin down. So Mike Miller is now holding the second place. Chad Jesse still currently sitting on pole.
That's a good run. Yesterday we saw the UTVs, lead UTV, go around this course in a 2 minutes 8 seconds, which is incredibly fast.
Gary Henderson in the 4562. That is a full-bodied Jeep.
With a chicken on the hood. Always good to have a chicken on the hood.
It's always good to have some sort of hood on.
We've got 103 vehicles qualifying today. 26 in the 4500 modified class, 9 in the Spider-Track stock class, and then 68 in the Brannex Legends class.
Yeah, it'll be an action-packed day here in Hammertown, as well as for everyone who's watching along at home. Remember, while you're watching at home, if you want to keep up with the scoring, you can go to live.ultra4racing.com/live/scoring. You'll be fed the same feed that we're fed in the booth. So we're watching Gary Henderson come down.
Doing a nice job there. Not easy putting these standard Jeeps around these vehicles. It's a stock modified Jeep, let's be fair.
Well,
but it's still a full-bodied Jeep. It takes a lot of driving.
Yep. This is Dwayne Garretson leaving the line. He was supposed to be in Power Hour, but apparently he has some engine problems. So the goal here is to run the car, hope the engine doesn't blow up, get the car back to the pits and swap the engine before the big race. So he wants to get off the qualifying course as fast as he can.
Tactics. Now look at the pace of Dwayne here. Been racing with us a very long time. And I think this might be our new pole sitter.
Well, I think that's his plan. His plan will be to come in here, lay down a fast time, secure a good position, and then get that car back to the pits and start getting the engine out and swapping it. And if you're in Hammertown, one of the cool things is you can walk around and see all these pits. He's pitted down in what can only be described as the Yukon pit paradise down there. They literally laid down grass for all the Yukon gear and axle drivers. They have their own little turf to lay down in. It's quite nice down there. I feel like I'm in a Formula One paddock. Maybe not that fancy.
I was going to say maybe not that fancy, but Dwayne is doing a great job here. 4400 or 4500 stock modified. Now, which one line is he going to take?
It looks like he is going to take that left line that we've seen be very quick if you can one-shot it.
Yeah, but look how loose this is. It looks like he is going to one-shot it. Fantastic stuff there from Dwayne. But
So-
look how loose that is.
Yeah, so crossing that rock at 120, that's going to put him, he's definitely going to be on the pole. I'm going to say if he has the rest of a run that's clean, he's going to come in at around 220 right now. Yep. 220, 215, somewhere in there, depending how fast he comes down through here. This turn was getting blown out earlier, so they went out and did a little bit of grading on it, so you can take it a little bit faster now in these cars. And he will come across that little jump right there. Yeah, I take it back. He's going to be 220. He'll be 220 or under if he comes through the rest. Well,
yeah, he's looking quick.
He's got to get through turn 19 as well.
Yep, I believe that's a Jimmy chassis. 37-inch tyres, and on these 4500 class cars they are allowed to have 2 shock absorbers per corner, but they have to be mounted to the axle.
We have a question come through social asking, do any of the race cars actually drive to the lake bed? And not this year, but I believe a couple years ago, I believe it was Casey Curry went and bought a Jeep, drove it here, and raced it in stock class. It was a 4-seat Jeep. They had 4 people in it. I think it was Casey that did it. So someone has done it in the past. So it looks like Dwayne Garretson has laid down a 228. So I was off slightly, but that is our new pole sitter. So he is 10 seconds faster than Chad, who's sitting in second with a 238. Then Mike Miller sitting in third with a 240. Joe Gatlin, 247, and Jesse Balter with a 256. Those are your top 5s.
And just goes to show you the incredible pace of those UTVs yesterday. A full 20 seconds faster than Dwayne.
Yes.
Right, we're coming to the end now of our 4500 class cars. Then we'll be having the Spider Tracks 4600 stock class coming on very shortly.
All right, well, while we take a quick break from the action, waiting for our next qualifiers to line up, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back here shortly from Johnson Valley, California, and the 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge qualifying.
conquer the elements, handle the most extreme environments, and dominate the desert and trails with King's new 2021 Ford Bronco 2.5 OEM Performance Upgrade Kit. All kits are 100% designed, manufactured, and assembled in our Southern California facility. See why we're the first choice for experienced off-road racers worldwide and order your Bronco kit today.
Let your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Deny.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian.
Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Single-digit temperatures. A couple of inches of snow on the ground already. And more predicted as the day goes on. In other words, conditions are perfect for the all-new Bronco Sport. Business in the front, business in the back. The all-new 2021 Ford F-150 with new available interior and tailgate work surfaces.
Whether you're conquering the toughest single-day race in the world or the toughest trail at the off-road park, you need a tire that can get you to the finish. You need the Atturo Trailblade Boss. Go online to Atturo.com to find your local authorized dealer and get the race-proven Trail Blade Boss from Atturo. Atturo Tires. Go your own way.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Johnson Valley, California, and the 4-Wheel Parts Every Man Challenge. With me in the booth now is the voice of Ultra 4. I like saying it like that. Miles Hasselquist is with me. Miles, great to have you. This has been a great qualifying day so far.
It's been a great week here of racing already. I'm just absolutely loving it. But yeah, the 4-Wheel Parts Every Man Challenge right now is kicking off. We have the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. You can have two 2.5 shocks per corner, limited to 14 inches of travel. You have to have mechanical steering, 37-inch DOT tires, and front-mounted engine for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. And then the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, front-mounted engine. Vehicle must contain 2 seats side by side, single shock per corner. So a lot of these are retired 44 cars, and you take take one shock off, and put some 37-inch tires and go play.
Biggest benefit you have there over the modified is the ability to have full hydraulic steering, and those single shocks can be mounted on a trailing arm or a leading arm, which is what we'll see a lot of those guys have on that particular shock package. But I think we're going to be starting off today at this 1 o'clock hour with some stock cars.
4600 Spider Track stock class. I believe first off the line is going to be the 4623 of John Williams, if I'm not mistaken. This week has been absolutely amazing for the 2022 Progressive King of the Hammers, powered by Optimum Batteries. But today it is qualifying for the 4-Wheel Parts Every Man Challenge. 4-Wheel Parts is out here in full effect. They've got their semis, they've got their race cars, they've got everything.
Yeah, and if you're here in Hammertown, make sure to enter the 4-Wheel Parts Boxo Tools giveaway.
Yeah, they got a 54-inch roller toolbox that's wrapped in King of the Hammers swag, and it's fully loaded toolbox.
Yeah, and you can see
any
it.
Spectator can win that.
Yeah, and you can come see it out here right in front of our booth, and then turn around and walk back into the 4-Wheel Parts semi-trailer and enter to win.
And they're also going to give one away to the overall winner for the 4-Wheel Parts Every Man Challenge on, Friday.
Friday, which will be awesome, because if you win that race, you're probably going to have to work on your car when you get home.
Absolutely. They're going to be working on them all night long. I know Dawson Arrington is working on his Jeep right now in the Tribe 16 camp.
Yeah, and we just saw Dwayne Garretson lay down our fast qualifying time with 2:28. He was supposed to be in Power Hour, but moved up to basically try to get the vehicle through qualifying to get it back and change the motor.
I went in their pits last night and was checking them out, and they thought it was a transmission, so they pulled the transmission out and then realized, oh no, it's the engine. So they kind of buttoned it back up, and they ran it during qualifying and set the fastest time.
There's nothing worse than pulling your transmission and realizing that it's not your transmission.
Yeah, so they'll put a new engine in and be back in action for Friday. There's Lee O'Donnell of USAC, our sanctioned body, race director. So the 4623 of John Williams getting ready to take off.
So we have a question coming through social. We've told you all day ask these questions. The question is, do all the EMC vehicles run the same trails? And the answer is sort of yes, sort of no. The Legends and the Modifieds will be running almost identical spots, but the stock class vehicles are given some bypasses that they're allowed to use in some of the more serious rock trails. So the answer is yes for 2 of the classes, but the stock guys sometimes get a little way around some of those big rocks.
Yeah, the 86-mile first loop's going to go straight into Turkey Claw Race Mile 2 and then run the full desert through Cougar Buttes, all that, through Rope Pit 1 twice, and then come back into Hammertown. They can go around Resolution and skip back door.
Yeah.
And then they'll go out for a 71-mile lap.
I believe
number
it is
2,
70,
I believe.
70 or 71.
And they run a lot of the nasty rock trails.
Yeah, so even though they get a few bypasses, you're out there in a 35-inch tall tire, stock-framed vehicle, stock-style suspension, tackling some of the hardest rock trails on the planet. So it's a long day for the stock class guys, and girls, because I'm still hoping for Amber to get that Samurai back in town before their time runs out. We'll see what happens this year, but definitely a long day for all of them out there.
Yeah, that's a long day for Amber Turner. What's she run, 31-inch tires, if I'm not mistaken?
No, she stepped up this year. She completely rebuilt the Samurai. It now has Toyota axles, but it's still obviously leaf spring because it has to be. But I believe she stepped up to a 35-inch tall tire.
Good. I think she went to BFGs, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so she had to. She did a lot of work on it. I was watching her. She's working with Bomber Fab now, doing a lot of work over in their shop, a lot of welding on their race cars, and you saw.
Yeah, she's one of their lead fabricators now.
She is, cool. And so it was quite funny. You see the shots from Randy's shop. You see race car, Samurai. All right, and we're
off the line is John Williams, number 4623 out of Murray, Utah, with Active Air Racing. He's in a 2021 Jeep JL, stock transmission transfer case. He does have Dana 60s and running BFG tires. So John Williams heading out for this 1.3 mile qualifying lap. Heading around the backside of Means Butte as we speak.
Yeah, we watched this section here. There's definitely, this section is a little bit faster and it's a little bit smoother, but it's harder to get into coming out of Hammertown.
And it's getting super rutted out too. We took the Ford trimmer through there yesterday morning to go check it out, and it's getting ate up pretty good. He's heading up towards Short Bus, but takes that hard right. John Williams, number 4623 out of Utah, running strong still, and the 4600 Spider Track stock class.
Yeah, this is a drop-off. We've been watching people come through. He basically comes off this drop, comes down this rock trail, and then at the bottom, he lines up for basically his 3 different options that they're going to take at this one section of our qualifying course. Everybody that I've talked to has gone out and pre-run it. They've all said they feel that the far left, longer way is faster.
Especially in this stock class, it'd be a little just better safe than sorry.
It's safer to put it in there, absolutely. I think it's one of those things that you want to, you're qualifying in the stock class, you just want to get that car back to town.
Up and around the rock section, so we're just over halfway through the qualifying run for John Williams.
This qualifying course, just over 1 mile, 1.3 miles, I believe, in total.
That's a pretty good guess. So John Williams still running strong. He'll go up and through the Bronco Arch here shortly.
It's Daniel May Applegate out there. And we have Scott down in the pits to give us some on the floor of the lake bed action.
Thanks a lot, guys. And boy, before the race even starts or the week even starts, we got a big story going on down here. Jeremy, what is going on in your pits, man?
Oh, nothing. We're having a good time. You know, I mean, I tore my bicep off my arm helping a guy out. You know, he was stuck on a UTV on the course, so it is what it is. You know, Miller's going to grab the car for us on Friday and run it with Andrew, and, you know, I'm just going to try to qualify it and get him in a good spot.
How's your arm right now, though?
Useless. Absolutely useless. But it can steer a steering wheel.
Well, best of luck, man. Have fun out there. And I know this thing is absolutely a gorgeous vehicle. I hate to see it come back with any kind of dents and or any kind of damage for that matter.
We'll see how that goes. But thank you, and thanks, Hammer King Productions.
Thank you, Scott, for that good little update. And Daniel May Applegate heading up the rock section. Looks like John Williams gets a time of a 2:57, so that's pretty respectful for that 4600 Spider Track stock class.
That's very respectable. That puts him in currently in 6th position right now overall. But we still have a lot of cars to leave the line, and we also have some of the heavy hitters in the sport coming out during Power Hour.
I think we should have right around 100 cars take the qualifying lap today. So it'll be a fun day of qualifying for the 4-wheel parts every man challenges. Daniel May Applegate running down that 4679 Jeep Cherokee. MRT tires. Love the American flag on top.
All right, as we watch Daniel make his way up through this section in his XJ, it's probably squeaking, rattling, and popping like all XJs do right now. We had a question come through social, and the social was about the horns or sound devices or sirens, I guess, that people install. And really, it's just pretty much whatever you want.
Yeah, whatever you want. You hear a lot of the cop sirens.
Yeah, it's basically there for when you're driving through and someone's in front of you moving a little bit slower and you want to let them know that you're coming up behind them. You lay on that horn, lay on that siren. So the louder, the better would be the answer that you'd want.
You want to let that guy know you're behind him so they'll move out of your way.
Yeah, you see a lot of technology in some of the other forms of racing that travel at incredibly high rates of speed in the desert, where they actually now have it integrated into their GPS, where they can signal the driver in front of them that they're behind, they want to pass, because you can't even hear that horn behind, and they want them to stop nerfing into each other. So they've integrated a notice inside the car. They can flash and say, hey, I'm trying to get around you in the desert. Push to pass, yeah. Whether you pay attention to that is up to you.
So Daniel May Applegate out of Cummings, Georgia with Gear Monkey Racing. He's got a 4.7 stroker in that machine, running Atlas transfer case, Vision wheels, rad float, and PRP.
Yep, making a clean run down those rocks. Not setting any time records, but once again, this is a stock class vehicle. And we see another Cherokee leave the line right behind him. Rick Randall heading out of Hammertown as we're watching Daniel May Applegate come up through the Bronco Arch.
So Rick Randall taking off out of Mesa, Arizona with Randall Racing in another Jeep XJ with a 4-liter. Bill Stein and Mastercraft helping him get along. As Daniel May Applegate through the Bronco Arch heading into town, hitting this turn 19.
Those little 2-door Cherokee XJs, incredibly popular in lots of forms of desert racing. Neat to see them out here. At one point in time, it was a super popular rock crawling vehicle. The problem is we're running out of them. Can't find them anymore. He's got good time coming through there.
Rick Randall making a good work on his end on the lower right. As
Daniel
Applegate hits the Yukon launch. Will be time for him shortly.
That was like a sugar-free launch, that one. That was like a soft launch.
Right around a 4:39. Unofficially.
Unofficial, official. All right, we're watching Rick Randall coming through. He's got just over 1 minute at the bottom, and this is where we'll see him come up with the option of the left through the dirt or up to the rocks. As Miles said, most of these stock classes are going to be taking that left-hand side.
Absolutely, and you can see 4-wheel parts on the side of his car as well, as long as Optima batteries. This is the 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge qualifying run during the 2022 Progressive King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries.
This race will come up on Friday, where we have all of the Everyman Challenge cars leaving the line.
They'll take off at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. It's going to be a great week of racing. We've already had a great week of racing.
We've already had a great week, and it's only been a couple days, so it's been awesome. We've had some great qualifying, with some great desert racing.
Looks like that's the 4689 of Kendall Glines.
All right, Rick Randall is coming through the desert, headed up through the Bronco Arch. And then we'll see him come back into Hammertown.
Kendall Glines, Midvale, Utah with Glines Racing, running King Shops. We got two competitors on the course at the same time, Rick Randall and Kendall Glines. There's Kendall coming into screen as we speak.
Yeah, and Rick should be making his way through the short course pretty quick. We'll have a time for him, and then we'll get it up on the board.
We'll have over 500 racers racing this week here at King of the Hammers.
That is a lot of race cars.
And we'll have probably just shy of 100,000 people here on the lake bed.
I would think so. It's definitely already filling up. We saw lots of people coming in for the Desert Challenge. Looks like Rick Randall came in right at 318.
And there's Kendall Glines coming through the rock section as we speak. A little off camera, but keeping rocking and rolling. This is the 4600 Spider Track stock class. You don't have to qualify. You can take a rear start.
Yeah, I've noticed that because I don't see Amber on our list of qualifiers today, and I think she realizes that she will be starting at the back no matter what. I don't think she's going to lay down a blazing time with that Samurai, but she is one of those competitors that is just always out there all day long, and she just won't quit until someone basically goes and drags her off the course when it's all said and done.
So Kendall Glines running a good pace, and we do need to give some of our sponsors some love. We need to give a huge shout out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, 4-Wheel Parts, Method Race Wheels, Progressive, King Shocks, Nitto, Holly EFI, Laser Nut, VP Racing Fuels, and Griffin Radiators. So please support who supports the sport. Without all those wonderful partners, we would not be racing here on the lake bed today. There's the Believe Cam FPV drone. Sounds like Scott's got a little more information down in the pits as we see Jeremy Pure taking off. So Scott, what do we got, buddy?
Bad qualifying run, but I have to say the checker flag at qualifying run was pretty damn spectacular there.
Yeah, you guys like that? It was a really rough course. I think they spent the morning pre-run and they suited up pretty good, but it was pretty rough but fun.
So what the hell? That's what KOH is all about. It's the fun aspect of it. But we're going into this later this weekend, the actual race. Any strategies you're able to figure out from this quick qualifying run?
No, in our class, not too many guys finished, so we're just focused on keeping a good pace just to get to the finish line. If we make it to the finish line, we'll probably be on the podium. So that's our goal. Keep this thing together for the whole race.
Well, no more funny finishes out there, all right?
All right, no more. Yeah, we'll try to slow it down a little bit on the real race.
Rick Randall having a little bit too much fun early on this morning, guys.
Thank you, Scott. We're following Jeremy Pure right now, the 4699, and that's got some big horsepower running those 35-inch Nitto tires.
Yeah, we're speculating up here, and based on the way it left the line, it definitely has a V8 under the hood, and we're just trying to figure out which one it is. It may be a 392 Jeep.
Yeah, that's a 392 horsepower machine running with Miller Motorsports and Rock Crawler suspension. That is Mr. Rock Crawler himself.
Yeah, you would have to have the 392 in there to qualify for the stock class. Stock class can't have any engine in it that was offered in the same model of Jeep. So Jeep just made it a lot easier to have a full-blown race car out there by installing the 392s from the factory.
Yeah, he teamed up with Eric Miller last year and ran this car. Who do you think's going to win on Friday's Everyman Challenge? I'd love to see one of the three Broncos, either Bailey Cole or Team Funhaver, Brad Lovell. Who's going to win in the other classes?
So we did have that question come through social, and they wanted to know who our picks were. So we might as well just put ourselves in the hot seat right here, Miles. So let's go with each class. So let's start 4,500 modified. Who's your pick in that class?
That's
I got my pick already.
Let's hear it.
My pick is John Matthews. Yukon Gear and Axle driver.
Yep.
That guy has been lighting it up at every regional race. He's always in the hunt here every year. Dan Fresh has just always reached over and picked it out of his pocket.
Dan Fresh isn't racing this
Exactly, that's
year,
why he's on my list. So that's my pick for modified.
I hate to just agree with you, but that's a good pick.
I think that's my pick for that. So now let's jump into Legends. 4,800 Legends. Who's your pick in there?
Casey Gilbert, Mr. Sandbag himself. Hard to beat.
Oh, you're going Casey. See, I'm going last year's king, Randy Slawson.
Oh, he is racing the 48.
Yeah, first time he's going to come into a 4,800 car. So I'm going to give
Chase Caprera.
He'd definitely be in the hunt. But
he won it last year.
Randy's my pick for 4,800. So your pick is who? Chase?
I'll go back to Chase Caprara.
Okay, so you're going with Chase?
I'm going with all of them.
All right, so now stock class. Who's winning stock class?
Like I said, I'd love to see one of these brand new Broncos win. So either Bailey Cole, Team Funhaver, or Brad Lovell. He hasn't lost in that car yet. He's raced it twice and won twice.
And he's my choice as well.
Let's keep that streak alive.
I've always said the worst thing you want to see in your rearview mirror in these rocks is a Lovell. And now that he's got that car, they've always done well in that 4,800 car. Racing Legends, I think he's really tuned into this race. So that's my pick for stock is Lovell. Even though I want Amber to win so bad, but I don't think that the Samurai's got the weapons to take out those Broncos.
It's going to be a fun race to watch. There's the 4833 of Stephen Hastings out on course.
And I think that is our first Legends car to leave the line today.
4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. As you can see, he's taking that little harder right line. If you can one-shot this, you can save, I'm going to say 5 seconds.
Yeah, we were watching with the UTVs yesterday because with those you're kind of comparing apples to apples because you have a lot of the same model and they are a little bit more constricted on their rules. And the rocks were 3 to 4 seconds faster than the long way around. But you had to back that up by picking up time elsewhere, like on this downhill section. You couldn't just run the rocks and then be like, oh, now I'm ahead. You had to constantly lay it down all day long and then just lay down a fast time.
So Stephen Hastings out of Pomona, California. That's another Jimmy's chassis. Running a 5.7 Hemi, Turbo 400, Atlas transfer case, Spider Trax axles, King shocks, field tires, Raceline wheels, and PRP for Mr. Stephen Hayton. I believe all 3 Broncos will be qualifying during Power Hour.
That's the 951 of Jeff Hadamaki. Another Legends car.
So that's Jeff Hadamaki, number 951.
We watch him come up around the bottom of short bus here. Once again, another Legends car. As we talked before about the difference between these cars, the modified and the Legends. The modified car, 2 shocks per corner, 37-inch tall tire, but mechanical steering. The Legends car, single shock per corner, but
unlimited steering.
Unlimited steering, so a lot of full hydro. But to me, the bigger story here is the ability to run a trailing arm or a leading arm if you choose to. And that is where you can really make that single shock do a lot more work than you can with just that, even though you'd have 2 shocks. You get trailing arms and leading arms. You can do a lot of suspension tuning with a single shock.
Getting a little crossed up in that rock section. Jeff Hadamaki still making it up.
Okay, Miles, another question came through. If you could pick any car leaving the line today, what's it going to be?
If Brent Harrell's car takes off, that's a Horschel-built machine. I'd love to get behind the wheel of that
That's
thing.
the one
I know
you
they're
want?
working on it. I'm not.
See, I'm going to go old school, and I'm going to say I want Amber's Samurai. I love leaf springs because I think they're fun. They hurt feelings sometimes, and I think it's fun. If I had to pick a car to take off the starting line, I'd want that little Samurai to add to my stable. That's the only one. I had a Samurai and I gave it to a buddy of mine, but I missed that Samurai.
Looks like that's Matt Tribino taking off, part of Rock Rage Racing. He teams up with the Capraras and them, so Matt Tribino, number 31, taking off.
Yeah, it looks like Matt's heading out into that desert section. We've seen 3 lines here, and it looks like he's on the line that we saw the UTVs make an incredibly fast pace. There's one closer to the mountain, and there's one just a couple steps out. There's 3 tracks. The track that's closest to Hammertown we saw definitely faster, but everyone's saying it's harder to get into. And if you miss it, you're not getting back in.
The ruts are getting really dug out because they qualified on here for the UTV race yesterday, and now today for the 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge qualifying. And then tomorrow, the Nitto Race of Kings qualifying is going to be
that is going to be exciting.
It's going to be fast.
I want to see one of the 4400 Race of King cars take the big drop off.
I would
just
love
because
to see that.
I don't. To me, that would just be amazing to watch. We're watching Matt Tribino here.
Jeff Matahaki just got a 255 roughly.
Now, if Matt can get to the top of this, he's taking the long way around.
Playing better safe than sorry. We saw his brother Mike Tribino tip over last night during the shootout.
Yep. Yeah, you want to be. There's this unofficial split time right here. There's a big rock that everyone drives by right there. You want to be past that rock at 106, 108 if you're going to be around that 2-minute mark.
Do you think we'll get sub 2 minutes today or tomorrow? I think tomorrow we will.
I think definitely tomorrow we will, but I think we might today once we get through Power Hour. I think we'll see some guys lay it down, especially for some of those. I think the Broncos are going to hurt some feelings out there. Being a stock,
those cars are
quote,
absolutely amazing.
Air quotes, stock car. There's a lot of technology in that stock class car.
So Jacob Peak taking off next, number 4895.
Miles and I have been up here talking about all the different places that you could go watch the race. We talk about the fact that they're into Turkey Claw so fast. Don't forget, if you're here in Hammertown, go ahead and download the BFG On Trail app. That gives you a full map of Hammertown, full map of the race course. If you're going to go out on race day, it's a good idea just to download it just for safety, because you want to make sure you're not on that active
And it'll
race
show
course.
you the spectator areas and whatnot.
Yeah, to help you get around, show you where to go to spectate. There's some great spectator areas this year.
Yeah, it's going to be a killer show to watch. If it was me, I'd go to the Turkey Claw. Race Mile 2, there's going to be action. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
I think what would be cool would be go out to Turkey Claw, watch the start, see 10, 15 cars come through, and then swing back through, and then you could probably catch them at back door if you planned it right, because it's not that far of a drive as the crow flies, and then you could head out and watch some stuff at Chocolate Thunder.
And then there's excellent desert spectating areas too.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I've been here for a couple weeks now helping them set up, and the fence crew's done an amazing job. They put up over 15 miles of fence here in Hammertown, and keeping the race course safe.
All right, we're watching Jacob Peak come down, making a quick work of that downhill section. That's where we saw a lot of people also make up a lot of time. And the grounds crew actually went out and fixed this corner earlier today, because it was getting pretty
burned out. Because
yeah,
we've been letting them pre-run all night.
Yeah, it was getting blown out, so they went out and did a little bit of dressing in the desert there as well.
So Russell Gamble.
All right, so Jacob Peak is coming through the Bronco Arch. There's 3 different lines there that he can come down.
There's a little bit of a donkey kick there, but keeps it rocking and rolling. So Jacob Peak through turn 19 as we speak.
Oh,
and he rolls
there's our
over.
first turn 19 victim. Oh,
So
that's terrible.
That is bad luck. So Jacob Peak upside down. So we'll get our Hammer King safety crew there and check it out.
If that drone pilot is worth anything, he'll go through that shock and suspend. No, I'm joking. Don't fly through there.
There's our official Ford trimmer. So Matt Torino gets a 244, puts him roughly in that 4th position, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we're watching our safety crew run out there, get that car righted. We got to get that car off the short course. Still got a little bit of time. We'll be all right. But that's our first victim of turn 19.
That looks like maybe a wide open buggy, the 781 of Russell Gamble. In front of those 37-inch tires. 37-inch DOT tires.
DOT, which makes a huge difference out here.
So they got Jacob Peak righted. Looks like he's still in the car. Everything's okay. Get him off the track. And Gamble, it sounds like they're going to give him a rerun. So tough break for him, but we want everybody to have a fair shake at this qualifying run.
Yeah, it looks like he was just making a little bit too much time up, and they weren't sure if they were going to get that car off the short course, which is a better decision.
Safety first, for sure. We want all these guys and gals to have fun, but we want them to have fun being safe.
Yeah, so they'll bring him back into Hammertown, let him reset on the start line.
There's our other official Ford Raptor. We've been really putting those trucks to work this last couple weeks.
We were talking about it earlier about where to watch the race. As we got this little break in the action, we should talk about while you're out there watching the race, remember to pick up your trash, bring it back in with you. Tread Lightly is doing daily cleanups out here in the desert. If you want to participate, you can meet them every day, 8:30 a.m. at Back Door, 9:30 a.m. Chocolate Thunder. Do your part to help keep Johnson Valley clean. If you don't want to go out and help the Tread Lightly people, please make sure you pick up your trash, or if you see trash out there, pick it up, throw it in any of the bins you see around Hammertown. It's worth cleaning up that garbage. And it's also important to remember you should also consider joining Tread Lightly organization or any other organization that helps keep public lands open.
Yeah, we're here roughly 96,000 acres open to the public. Let's keep it open to the public. When I got here, I saw so many nails and glass. We've been picking it up, and we're going to leave this cleaner than when we found it.
Yeah, it always is.
But we need your help to do it as well.
Yeah, I always like coming back to Johnson Valley when it's not King of the Hammers time, just to see how little impact this race course ends up putting on this desert. When you
About the only thing you can see is the big fire pit.
You can see the big fire pit. That's it. That's all you can find. Takes and when you come in here, it actually takes you a few minutes to find it.
So up next should be Tim Vassis out of Pasadena, Maryland. It's a home-built buggy. He's got a Jeep 4-liter, Atlas transfer case, Spider Tracks, PRP, Maxxis, and Raceline. We also have a girl-powered hang time at the Fun Haver booth Friday, February 4th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Go kind of check out what they have going on. They got some cool stuff. Looks like Vassis is getting ready to take off. Here's Lee O'Donnell, our USAC race director. Keeping everything flowing smooth. He's had a busy week, but he's doing a great job. This is qualifying for the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. I'm Miles Hasquist. Joining me, my buddy, Ian Johnson.
Yeah, we're here in the booth. We're watching 3 different classes qualified today. We've got the 4500 modified class, Yukon Gear and Axle sponsored, 4600 Spider Tracks stock class, and the Brannick Motorsports 4800 Legends class.
And don't forget, we'll have at least one competitor in the Holly EFI Dana Spicer EV class. We saw Boston Kyle race it last year. He'll be racing that once again.
Yeah, a lot of big news happening about the EV class here in Johnson Valley during this week. Miles, do you know more about that you can tell us about?
We gave 11 motor packages away, and they're going to be building an EV class. So we gave some of our great racers some of those packages, and I'm excited to see what they build. So Vassis, number 14, heading up the rock section. Takes a hard ride at Means Butte. Like that was Clint Scruggs making sure they're going the right way. He's been helping build Hammertown, doing a lot of behind the scenes with the IT. It just blows my mind that this is a barren desert. And then we come out here, we bring power, we bring electricity, we bring internet.
Bring everything, yep. And then bring you a live stream, lots of racing action over, I think it's 8 days total this year.
8 days of racing, but a lot more of everything else, I'll promise.
There's a little bit
that.
of everything. Every night something happens in Hammertown. Tonight is the Pit Crew Challenge, I believe.
Yep. I believe that's 5:30 or 6. The Pit Crew Challenge presented by Buggy Whip and Pro Eagle Jacks.
And we have, isn't that back-to-back winner with the Blanton crew every year?
They hold their own, that's for sure.
All right, we're watching Tim Vassis come down this back hill section right here. This is where you can make up a little bit of time.
Here's our Believe cam. These are the guys that were flying through the buggies last night at the Holly EFI shootout that you were calling the shots on. These guys do an amazing job. So there goes Russell Gamble for his second run.
Yeah, they're going to give him a second shot at that because we had
to cut him off about halfway through his run, so give him another clean run.
He was getting a little too close to Hammertown when we still had a vehicle upside down on the short course.
But the Hammer King safety and production crew, all the volunteers, we have over 200 volunteers, over 150 vendors here on site. I mean, it's just amazing what they pull together. So a huge shout out to Hammer King Productions and Hammer King safety crew. Dave Cole and his entire clan making things happen.
So Tim Vassis out on course. coming back into Hammertown. He's made it through turn 19. He's got that big sweeper, goes over the Yukon launch. That'll end his qualifying time.
This is the four-wheel parts Everyman Challenge qualifier. Tim Vassis hits the Yukon launch as we speak, so Ian will get you a time here shortly. Right around that 3:10 mark.
3:10.147.
Unofficially.
Yep. Jacob Peak's ticker in the in our in-screen is obviously incorrect because it's still timing from his previous leaving time, so we'll get to an actual time when he gets back into town. Here we go, now we're back better. Now we got Russell Gamble here. So just to keep you updated, if you want to follow along on the live timing, you can do it at live.ultra4racing.com/live/scoring. You'll get the same feed that we have here in the booth. So go ahead and get your laptop fired up and have that going on one side of your desk. And then on the other side, go ahead and get your other computer fired up and you can watch the live stream here with us. And then just don't worry about work. Tell your boss we said it's okay. You can take this week off and just concentrate on watching some racing. But I'll give you an update here of what we got. So we got Dwayne Garretson right now sitting in our #1 pole position. Chad Jesse right behind him. Mike Miller. Then Matt Tribino. Joe Gatlin. Stephen Hastings. Jeff Hadamaki. Jesse Balter. John Williams. And Jesse Oliver rounding out our top 10 qualifiers so far here at the Four-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge qualifier.
Looks like that's going to be Cody Young. Yes, it is, out of King City, California. With Youngblood Motorsports, he teams up with Rock Rage. That's Jeff Brown's old Miller Motorsports chassis. LSX 454, Hughes Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, PRP, Vision, Fox, Yokohama, and Vision.
You know, that's a perfect example, Miles. We talked about that earlier, about a lot of these 4800 cars are older 4400 cars. You know,
but still extremely competitive.
Oh, you have to remember, it was 10 years ago when these cars were the ones on the podium. You know, the technology that's moved up so fast inside that 4400 class. You know, if you have a car that's maybe a little bit older, like this Miller Motorsports car, this is a great opportunity to take it out and probably do really well.
Yeah, he stuffed the front end a little bit there, but it keeps on rocking and rolling. Cody Young.
And you can see right here what we're talking about. Yeah, it's single shock per corner, but that rear is a trailing arm suspension system, which allows you a lot of tunability in the rocks as well as high-speed desert. This is a fast time. As soon as Russell Gamble comes in and clicks the ticker off the Yukon launch, we'll be able to kick back over and see what kind of time we're at. I can't use my unofficial split time. There it was.
So that's going to be that's going to be a top 5 run if I'm not mistaken.
If he comes in clean through turn 19, this will be our current pole sitter right now. I'm going to go ahead and say it. This is going to be a 220, I believe, is what we should be looking at.
Off the line next is Scott Foley.
This might be a 215 to 220 with Cody Young if he comes in clean through the short course. He is laying down a blistering time right now in
Cody
that
Young
Legends car.
Through the Bronco Arch as we speak. A couple more turns to go and he'll be here in Hammertown. Here's turn 19. Takes her a little wide ride in the berm, but that was smooth.
Yeah, I think this will be our fast car right now. He's going to come over that Yukon launch. He's going to come in with about a 215 to 218, which will put him 10 seconds faster than Dwayne Garretson.
So an unofficial 216 for Cody Young. And a new pole setter.
218 is where he's at. So 218 Cody Young, and he's 10 seconds faster than Dwayne Garretson.
So a 218 fastest of the day thus far is Cody Young. Great run for him. Here's number 75, Scott Foley on screen.
And Scott took the optional rock line instead of taking the long way around.
He's putting that bomber chassis to work. This could be another really quick time. Don't know if he'll quite bump out Cody Young or not. This will probably be a top 10, top 15 run.
Yeah,
Cody
right
Young's
now
got to
we'll
be
be able to
excited
get
about his run.
We'll get our unofficial split time right here as he hits this jump right here. That is a I'm going to say a 220, 222. So that will put him, he could be top 5. I think we're going to see Scott Foley in the top 5.
This is a 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Speaking about legends, Stan the Man Haynes, I was hanging out with him a little bit last night. Mr. Brannick Motorsports himself. He will be racing on Saturday. He'll be qualifying tomorrow. He'll have his grandson riding shotgun. How cool
awesome.
is that?
That is absolutely, Stan's been out here racing since, I think, pretty much the very beginning of King of the Hammers Ultra 4 racing. All right, so Scott Foley comes into town with a 2.
Looks like that's Ryan Hawkins.
228, so that is 3rd place. So he's basically 3rd place qualifier right now. Incredibly fast times. So we're seeing some fast times come in with these 4800 Legends class cars.
Chase Caprera is one of our young guns in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. He'll be racing in Power Hour, I believe. We've got a lot of big names in the sport. You saw Bryce Menzies. Cameron Steele's been racing with us all week long. We've got a lot of cool people here on the lake bed. It draws all sorts of interesting characters, that's for sure.
All right, Ryan Hawkins coming back through that rock section. That's where we saw a lot of people make up a little bit of time, as well as take this corner and pick up a little bit of time.
Off the line now is Evan Sherman with Erin Zindler riding shotgun. She helps run the Your series that we raced with in Montana. Great to see her and Grizz out here enjoying themselves. But Ryan Hawkins through the Bronco Arch as we speak. And look how big Hammertown is. That is absolutely amazing. So there's Evan Sherman heading up as we speak. Heading up towards Short Bus. He'll take that hard right towards the rock section. Evan Sherman in a Jimmy's chassis. There's a lot of Jimmy's cars out here. A lot of Bombers. A lot of Campbell cars.
We see a lot of the Legends cars come up as those Jimmy's chassis or those Bomber cars, because that is a chassis that's been racing out here for so long. See a lot of those cars come in and participate in this 4800 Legends class.
Evan Sherman running strong. He takes that left line.
You can see how torn up it's getting, though. It's getting deeper and deeper
rough
up there. Yeah, that left line a couple days ago or yesterday during Can-Am qualifying was actually pretty good. Pretty smooth, but it looks like there's been more and more action on it. It looks like there's a couple big holes in that section right now.
And just wait till tomorrow.
I don't think tomorrow anyone's going to run that line. If you're running that line and you're in 4400, there's probably something wrong with your car and you're looking to just get it back to town and then start working on it before the race. All right, we're watching Evan Sherman make his way up through the Bronco Arch. 3 different lines through this section. There's one right down the middle, a right and a left. Looks like he went through the middle line. There's a big gotcha rock down there that everyone's got to watch out for.
We've seen it hurt some feelings for sure.
Yep. We're waiting for Evan Sherman to come into Hammertown. All right, on screen right now is Chris Borowick in his 4890. Oh, took a big bounce there. That drop-off is getting bigger and bigger as more cars come down it, and that's probably going to come into play tomorrow. We're going to see a lot of guys come in, and as the 4,400 cars, they may end up taking the big drop as that smaller drop gets more dug out underneath it. All right, looks like Chris is going around on that far away around that particular part of the course. We've seen it get really dug out right near the top, but it looks like there may have been a clean line for him up through there. All right, Chris Borowick comes down through that rock section. Couple big drop-offs in here you got to keep track of. Then you come down into this desert as we watch Ryan Taylor leave the line for the four-wheel parts Everyman Challenge qualifying.
Ryan Taylor out of North Liberty, Indiana, part of Team Indiana. He's in a Trent Fab chassis, LS 6-liter, 4L80 transmission, Atlas transfer case, Spider Tracks, Fox, Yokohama, Raceline, and PRP. His first race was just last year in Moab, and he actually helped me. I was towing the trailer home and had some trailer wiring issues, and I pulled up and said, hey man, I don't have a Tesla, I don't have anything. He brought all his tools out and helped me. Team Indiana, Ryan Taylor, they're a great group.
You're telling me that Miles Hasselquist, the man who saved so many motorists on the side of the road, did not have your test light with you?
Didn't have it, but I found one. And that's what, Ultra 4 is so awesome about that. Like, everybody's there to help you, whether you're after race, during the race, in the pits, or on the side of the road.
All right, we're watching Ryan Taylor. This is a pretty good time. Hopefully we'll get Chris Borowick across the line here pretty quick so we can flip the timer over. We can get the unofficial split time. Looks like he's headed right to the rock section. All right, 115.
Heading up the gut there.
Yep, that's the center line. Right to the right of that is where we saw Casey Curry roll yesterday.
That was a nasty roll, too. I missed it live, but I saw the highlight of it.
He just took a bad bounce, and that right front tire just went airborne. So Ryan Taylor coming down through this section.
Heading into the desert, a couple more jumps through the Bronco Arch, and he'll be here in Hammertown.
Yeah, we're not going to see, this will probably be, if he keeps up this pace, he's probably going to be a top 10 finish.
Up next is 4896, Buddy Carlton. Out of Greenville, South Carolina with Carlton Customs Motorsports. He's in a Jimmy's 4x4 Bronco, LS, Carlton Customs Trans, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Fox, Yokohama, and Ultra Wheels. As Ryan Taylor makes it through the Bronco Arch. Heading into turn 19, it's only got one victim today. We'll see how many more we get.
Let's hope we don't get any more for these guys. It could get soft near the top and get a little scary.
And then just grab and bite and flip you right upside down. We saw Herbst do that twice on Sunday. Ryan Taylor one more straightaway, hit the Yukon launch, and we'll get a time for him shortly.
Yeah, looks like Ryan may end up with he's number 4 right now. Ryan Taylor, 234.
Great job.
234.497, so that puts him in 4th place currently.
There's 4896, Buddy Carlton. With Carlton Customs. Running that Ford Bronco front clip. Love the looks of these things. Dwayne Garretson has one that's very similar.
Looks like he's headed over to the rock section too. This far right line was the most popular line during qualifying for the past couple of years because the optional far left line wasn't open. But now it is.
Buddy Carlton taking that right line. Making pretty quick work. Little bit off pace, but running a smooth race.
It's a smooth qualifying run right now. I don't think he's in a spot to upset any of our leaders right now, but he's clean. Car's still on all 4 tires. He's going to come down through this rock section and then come out the back side of the desert up through the Bronco Arch.
Buddy Carlton heading in. You can see the Bronco arch in the horizon.
All right, buddy, through the Bronco arch, down into Hammertown. I heard a car leave the line. That's Jason Fish. Jason Fish off the line, headed up quickly up towards short bus there, make the turn.
Jason Fish out of Littleton, Colorado, running a strong pace.
All right, looks like Buddy Carlton's going to come in
with a 249-ish.
251, so that puts him in 10th position.
Strong runs. There's Fish going through. Jason Fish, 48.17. It's a clean-looking buggy.
Looks like he's going to take that left-hand side.
Looks like that could be a Trick Toy Fab chassis, if I'm not mistaken.
Really loose and really dug out on that particular section of the race course. But he'll come through the top of that right around 126. Then he'll drop in.
So there's Michael London with Gray Squad Motorsports.
All right, as we're watching Jason Fish come back in, he's going to come through the Bronco arch.
So Michael London out of Moab, Utah with Gray Squad Motorsports.
Oh, a little offline there for Jason, took a little bounce. Got out of the track, but he looks like he's going to come back into Hammertown here. Set up a little high for that corner, but he should be able to sling it through.
So Michael London is racing for Warrior Built Foundation charity, so you can go find all his social media stuff and you can pledge money for every mile he finishes there at King of the Hammers. He also has Terry Madden riding shotgun with him usually. So Jason Fish with a very smooth run.
Yeah, currently in 5th place. Jason Fish comes back into town.
Back to full screen is Michael London. Gray Squad Motorsports and that Jimmy's chassis. Monster energy powered machine.
He's coming back around through here. We'll see which route he takes. Okay, he's going to take that far left side.
Saving the car.
You can see a little bit of dust just hanging out in that section. It's going to make it hard to read that terrain, and you can see it's certainly loose.
And the time to beat is still Cody Young with that 2:18.
Yeah, I don't think Michael London's going to put any pressure on him based on this run, but he's doing okay. Coming through clean. As Miles said, race with the Warrior Built Foundation.
Has a very smooth run going. He'll take a hard right. Get that little jump in the desert.
And there's Randy Watson off the line.
Number 1943.
So we're watching Michael London come back through the Bronco arch, and then he'll come down into Hammertown. He's on pace right now with that 210. Probably come in, I think we might be looking at a top 10 finish. Definitely has a little bit of time here.
So Michael London and Randy Watson on screen at the same time. This picture-in-picture is absolutely awesome. And when we do flip to commercial, if you keep the premium, you can still watch everything picture-in-picture. So be sure to check that out.
Won't miss any of the action from here in Hammertown. Definitely worth subscribing to that premium feed. If not just for this qualifying session, you're definitely going to want it when it comes to race day. All right, Michael London sitting in 8th position right now as we watch Randy Watson drop through that big drop on the rocks. He's got a Firebird on the hood.
Love the looks of that car.
He's probably got some Jethro Tull playing in the headsets there.
Those big King shocks soaking it up.
Getting a a little dusty out there on that section of the course. You can see it's a little bit hard to read that right turn.
Yeah, that left line is getting super loose, super dug out, so the longer it goes on, it's going to slow down a little bit, I think. So I think we'll see a few more going up that center line later on. If you're just joining us, I'm Miles Hasquist. Alongside me is Ian Johnson. This is the 4 Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge Qualifier.
Qualifying 3 different classes today. We have the Brannick Motorsports 4800 Legends class, the Spider Tracks stock class,
and the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class.
Took it right out of my mouth. That's all right, Miles.
You've been doing your homework, buddy.
I got it all in my head. All right, Randy Watson coming up through the Bronco Arch.
There's Hammertown in the distance.
And don't forget, today we also have we have a lot of cars still to qualify here before we get into Power Hour. Power Hour is basically when the heroes of the sport come out, the guys that we know that are going to lay down some blistering fast times or at least put on one heck of a show.
Randy Watson through turn 19 in the Talladega turn as we speak, getting ready to hit the Yukon launch.
All right, well, we watch Randy Watson come back into Hammertown
with a 251.435 unofficially.
All right,
hey,
well,
go ahead, Ian.
We'll take a quick break from the action. Don't forget, if you've subscribed to the premium feed, you're still going to get to watch all the racing here from the 4 Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. But right now, we're going to leave Johnson Valley to pay some bills.
Thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problems with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
And in the state frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
4WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, 4WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to 4WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at 4WP.com.
Welcome back, world, to the Four Wheel Parts Every Man Challenge. We'll be back to qualifying here very shortly. We're giving you a couple highlights from earlier in the day.
Yeah, we've seen lots of action so far with this qualifying. We had a rollover in the short course. We've seen a couple breakages out on the course, but we haven't seen any blistering fast times, but right now sitting in the number 1 position is
Cody Young,
4800 Legends class with a 2:18. And then right behind him is Dwayne Garretson on a 4500 mod, but we still have some of the heavy hitters in the sport to come out.
It's going to be a fun day. We have the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and the 4600 Spider Track Stock class.
It's also important to remember on race day, these vehicles are leaving based on their qualifying order.
Yeah, they'll be intermixed, but they'll be racing their class, but against other classes.
Yeah, and that is really going to come into play, I think, this year with the Broncos, because we're going to see those Broncos in the stock class, but I think they're going to want to be out in front because, as we talked about before, Miles, they're into rocks pretty fast this year.
Mile marker 2 at Turkey Claw. First time we've ever raced up that section, and I had I was able to drive Brian Reed's 4400 car up Turkey Claw, and that was an absolute blast.
Yeah, the first time ever we're going to basically be hitting rocks right out of Hammertown right away, and that is a lot of the times where you get a little bit of traffic. So if you're in a car that if you're out here to win, you want to lay down a blistering fast qualifying time to get near the front of the pack.
Yeah, Ford Performance has stepped up in a huge way this year, last few years, but really with these brand new 3 Broncos, it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, a lot of technology in those Broncos racing in the stock class. Same time, we got some big names in the Legends class. You know, last year's king, Randy Slawson, slated to come in and race a 4800.
Yep.
I can't remember the last time he ever raced a 4800, even if he ever did.
Yeah, he definitely has.
But it's been a few years.
Yeah, he raced that car in Mexico last season.
He'll be in the 4800 racing. We got Casey Gilbert also racing in that Legends class, and Dustin Sexton is another one who's always kind of just sort of in the back pocket, definitely out there racing. And then we got Brad Lovell in that stock class, as well as Bailey Cole.
And speaking about Bailey Cole, Jason Shearer is going to be his co-driver for the stock class.
That's a pretty good co-driver to have if you're going to have somebody out in the rocks. Jason Shearer is basically synonymous when it comes to rock crawling, all the way back to the moon buggy days with his moon buggy with him and Lance Clifford out doing stuff. So super awesome. If I was to pick someone to go out in the rocks with me, he would definitely be on that short list. Or just to go out to dinner and have a couple beers. He's also a good guy for that too.
Absolutely. We will have one EV that I'm aware of. That's Boston Kyle in the old Toyota. He's running a Nissan Leaf
Nissan Leaf drivetrain with different
motor package.
Yeah, with different battery package. It's fed into the original Toyota transmission and transfer case package. The interesting thing about the EV class this year is last year all they had to do was the desert loop.
But
this
now
year,
they got to do it all. They're a stock class.
Yep. Probably the hardest thing with the EVs, you know, we've dived deep into EV in the past few months in our shop, is the battery changes. It's different. The good news is the technology in that battery package, it changes not monthly but weekly in our sport, which is super neat to watch. But
batteries are pretty expensive too. The
battery honestly ends up being one of the most expensive parts of the build. The motors are incredibly cheap. The batteries are what gets you. But I think right now both myself and Miles are going to step out.
Well, Ian, it was always a pleasure, but I think we're going to have another couple interesting characters hop in here. Ben Napier and Scott Rain.
Absolutely. It's been great, Miles. We'll be back a little bit later. Miles will be back for Power Hour. I'll be back in about an hour, but Ben, Scott, it's all yours.
Thanks, guys.
Well, the relief crew's in the house. I'm Scott Wren. Scott Wren. Did I actually call myself Wren?
We might need to start this again.
Jeez, I'm Scott Rain. I got Ben Napier next to me, all the way from Australia. And Ben, welcome to the States. You've been up here a couple times so far this week. You've been walking around getting all kinds of notes and all the knowledge of what's going on behind the scenes. And so from the behind the scenes kind of nature of things, how do you think qualifying is going so far today?
Mate, this qualifying is a ripper. We're seeing some great Legends cars out here at the moment. Phenomenal class. I really like the design of this class and the spec of the cars, the single shock design. And here we go. First car off the line in our hour. Number 62. Now, these cars, unlimited motor. That's what makes them a heap amount of fun. We're seeing some of the modified cars earlier, stock cars. The Legends cars did start out a bit slower, and now with the motors these guys are putting in them, they're pretty much race cars.
Well, I have noticed that as the morning was going forward, the intensity just naturally starts to intensify.
Absolutely. And are we going to see someone go off this big drop? I think it saves a good 4 or 5 seconds, and that can make a big difference in these tight qualifying conditions.
But you're risking, I mean, it's a huge risk and reward. Huge.
Absolutely. But these Legends guys, they're quite competitive. They're a good little class. There are lots of mates within it, and they're really racing to win. So we've got Jeremy here, Jeremy Montenegro. And he's making light work of that course, really pushing through that little gully. So that little gully's meant to slow you down, take up a bit of time and penalise you for not going off the drop. And those tyres are really making light work of it. Let's see which way he goes up this climb. There's several ways up it, as we've seen today. Looks like he's hanging around to the left. Looks like he doesn't have front wheel drive, so he might have a bit of a technical issue there. And it's often, qualifying is your first time for the week. First time in a few months you put the helmet on, that you've seen that race red mist. And did you forget to put the transfer case in forward drive? Did you forget something stupid off the start line? Or has he broken something? And this is the first uphill on the course. He came up that little bit of short bus that we saw, but the rest of it was downhill. Looks like Jeremy's got it running again. But anything can happen in these qualifying races.
I really do like the format that Dave has come up with as far as how this qualifying thing works, where it's a shortened lap. It's, for the most part, right in front of the crowd. It's
Absolutely.
very quick, but yet it's long enough where you got to take it seriously. It's just not a high-speed section. How he's able to come up with the technical aspects of climbing around these rocks, going up these cliffs and coming back down, and then also short spurts of flat-out desert. It's really cool.
And it's a qualifying course that challenges all of our classes. We saw the side-by-sides qualify on it yesterday. We'll see the Ultra 4s qualify tomorrow on exactly the same course. But because there's so many different lines, some of these limited classes today in our Everyman Challenge qualifying, they will run different lines, slower lines, and the Ultra 4s will shoot straight up the faces.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a progression of, it's going to take that one guy that's got the big old brass cojones to do exactly what you said and go straight off the cliff and kind of like jump down.
Absolutely.
And then it's going to like be a floodgate. If you want to be fast, that's what you have to do.
And once one's done it, you're absolutely right. It is a floodgate. They're all going to try and do it. So we've got Benjamin Miller on course as well, coming around the back of Means Butte. Car 70. As Jeremy comes into the finish here, we're seeing him come round that turn 19 that we saw the earlier rollover on, and the Herbst car, T1s roll over on the earlier races. Now I think Benjamin might have just taken a little wrong turn there in his number 70 Legends car. I actually think he skipped the big drop off in the downhill, and he's gone straight to the rock face. We'll have to see what race ops will do there. Not sure if he's just managed to realise or he's just going to keep continuing. But we'll have to seek some clarification from race ops on his result there, because I do believe he did just skip our first rock section.
Well, it's not the first car that this week so far that basically made the wrong turn and
Absolutely.
Kind of got lost.
No matter how many times you pre-run this and how prepared you are, once you're in race conditions, strange things go through your head, and you make these small mistakes that end up costing your time significantly. So hopefully we'll see what his result is. I believe that if he gets a penalty of some sort, he would probably start from the back of the Legends class or the back of the qualifiers, but we'll just have to wait and see from race
he cut
on
off
what
a
happens
huge section.
Yeah, it did make a big difference there. We've got Nathan Churchill off the line in the number 419 Legends car, going around that first corner near the Gomez brothers pit. He'll be out exiting our short course and coming round Means Butte pretty soon. As Miller comes through the Bronco Arch, he's coming back into Hammertown. Anyone here will be able to hear his car coming in soon. And you know, these Legends cars, they're mostly V8s. They do sound amazing. They sound like race cars.
Yep.
It's great to have them out on the qualifying course today.
And you're starting to hear the sounds are different on some of these cars. They have been in like the last year or two. Little bit bigger motors.
Absolutely.
Little bit bigger.
I think
some of the horsepower that we're hearing out of some of the 4400 cars is just astronomical.
Yeah, well, the 4400 cars have been running some big horsepower for a while, but I think it was Bailey Cole in his Trent Fab Legends car that started pushing the horsepower barrier in the Legends cars with Dave Schneider at the helm of that program at the time. But now we're seeing large numbers of cars in this class really sort of start pushing. The Legends car class was originally designed for Ultra 4 cars that weren't competitive anymore. But now we're getting people building for this class. It's a really fun class to compete in. You know, the costs allow someone, you know, this event's called the Everyman Challenge. It allows you to build this car in your garage, in your shop, with your mates at night, you know, weld it yourself, source your own parts, and keep it reasonably affordable. And that's the brilliance of this racing, that anyone can come out and do it. It's a road DOT tyre. They're not allowed to run the really expensive competition race tyres. There's a lot of rules in it that try and keep the costs down. And these cars are also phenomenal trail wheelers. So when you're not racing, they're a great car to take out and just explore and, you know, drive your local trails. So really versatile, really great sort of class that they've got designed here for the 4800 Legends.
But what, you know, from the outside looking in, we got so many brand new fans that are tuning in, that are making their way out to Lake Bend for the first time. Explain why do they call it the 4800 Legends? What's the Legends part of it?
So the Legends goes back to what I said earlier around these were meant to be cars that were no longer competitive in the Ultra 4 field. So I raced this class in my B1 bomber, the very first bomber that Randy Slawson built. Brad Lovell in his Ranger has dominated this class for several years. You know, those were both very early Ultra 4 cars, you know, talking 2008, 2009, 2010 competitive in Ultra 4. 12 years later, these cars are still racing with us and still competitive. My old car is actually racing in the next hour block with a new owner, Anthony Ariola. So it's amazing to see these legends of Ultra 4, these vehicles. This is a class that celebrates the vehicles. Oh, we've had an interesting one going down there. Crossland Racing.
Oh, he just
Chuck Crossland in the 4869.
Not exactly sure which it is, but just got reports from Miles that it's a turbo car as well.
Oh, very cool, very cool. So again, no rules on the engine modifications. It's an open class, save for you're allowed one shock on each corner. Mm-hmm. So they can't run fancy bypasses, they can't run really expensive shock packages. A lot of these guys run an internal bypass coilover shock. It looks like this car has them. You can see the gold rings showing that it's a King shock with an internal bypass. As Chuck comes down this hill, he's really trying to make up time. This looks like a good run here. Off the jump, coming into Hammertown. We've got number 7, Sean Leonardi, taking the start. As Chuck comes through the Bronco Arch, looking nice and clean, coming down there back into town. Little bit of a buck in the back there. And a lot of these cars would have been tuned for race conditions. They may not be carrying as much fuel. They may not have a co-driver in them. Handle a little bit differently in qualifying setup.
Yeah, we talked a lot about that yesterday, Pam Hall and myself, and we're kind of wondering what the advantage would be. But when you got a higher horsepower car, I really don't think just taking the co-driver out is going to make that much of a difference. If it was me, the car set up the race.
Crossland's just put in second place.
Really?
Phenomenal run, 2 minutes 27. He's still actually 9 seconds behind Cody Young, who ran earlier. So Cody's time is still there to beat, but Chuck, he's gone right to the top pairing, and he's up there with Cody on the top of the leaderboard. I believe this looks like a Trent Fab car. If it's not a Trent Fab car, it's styled after one that Sean's driving here, coming down the bypass of the drop-off. A lot slower than we saw Crossland drive down there. Bit more careful.
I want to talk about you a little bit. Where exactly, are you from in Australia?
So I'm from about an hour north of Sydney. Grew up in Sydney, so middle of the east coast of Australia.
And how long have you been racing down there?
Actually started racing mostly over here. I hadn't really raced until I came to King of the Hammers. I was a rock crawler for many years, competitively did that, and then came over here and got the King of the Hammers bug. We didn't have anything like that over here. We do now. We have some phenomenal racing in Australia that's really taking off, and an Ultra 4 sanctioned series over there. Mm-hmm. But most of my experience has been over here and at the Hammers. So Sean's now coming down the final set of rocks.
Actually, I was supposed to ask you where in New Zealand you're from.
Ah, well. Those are fighting words.
Well, you know who's laughing back in the truck
off
right
the
now?
Start line.
Dan's laughing right now.
Dan, yep. There's a few Aussies over here. Dan's a token Aussie. I think he's been over in the US longer than he's been in Australia, but he's got a great life where he is. So Sheldon Haynes, another 4800 competitor off the start line. So the guys back home on social media, they're engaging with us through this live broadcast. It's great to hear from you guys. Scott, one of the questions is, what do you think the best time for the day will be? We've got some real top runners coming in our power hour. Ooh. What do you think those guys are going to push?
I got to look at some of these names. I haven't jumped forward on the list to see who's yet to come up for power hour.
So our best time so far, Cody Young, 48.62 in a Legends car. He's put down 2 minutes and 18 seconds.
Do you think we'll see somebody break the 2?
I don't think we'll go that fast, but
well, think about this though. If we got we talked about this earlier. If there's somebody with that brass set that's just ready to launch it, coming down the hill.
Absolutely. I think you can save 3 or 4 seconds there.
Yeah.
I think we can probably make up a few seconds on the track.
If the driver's fast enough to attempt that, he's fast enough up the hill and through the fast desert section.
Absolutely. And, some of those 4500 mod class guys, Sean Rance, Dwayne's already run, so he's out. Justin Hall. There's some really fast guys in the 4500 mod, and then we've got 4800 Legends coming up later as well. Cameron Steele's in there, Chase Caprera, Jeremy Jones, Andrew Gorman, Kimberly Sparrow, Dustin Sexton, Casey Gilbert. They're all going to throw down. But yeah, Randy Slawson.
I'm going to say
I'm
Slawson.
going 204.
I was going to say 202.
There we go.
202. I don't know
if
how...
you guys at home have a number, why don't you throw it out? Let's see who's correct.
Why'd they throw us under the bus?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you guys think anyone will go under 2? I think our Ultra 4s will go under 2.
I think that's a no-brainer. It's just a matter of how
Arturo
many will go
Soria
under
off
2.
the start line. As we have our Sheldon Haynes coming back into town. Solid qualifying here for Sheldon. He's not going to be up the top, but he's put down a good time. He's got to make it the rest of the way back into town, but we'll be seeing him coming onto the short course very soon. So for those following along around the world, you'll see we have a race in progress timer in the top right of your screen. That is for the car that's been out on the course the longest, that's going to finish first. So when a car starts, there's already a car out on the course. The timer shows the time for the car that's finishing their qualifying run. Once that car's finished, the timer will move over to the car that's following them. We've got a ticker running through showing our top 5, keeping us updated and keeping you guys updated at home. So hopefully you're enjoying the coverage. Possibly a front left flat tire on this car we're watching climbing the hill here. That's probably going to make it quite hard to climb this hill. He's gone around the bypass, so making it a little bit easier for him. 48.98, that's Arturo Soria. Another Legends car.
Well, it looks like that. Yeah, you're right. Left front flat, but it doesn't seem to be slowing him down at all.
So these guys have to run DOT tires. They're not as strong as the race tires that we see our Ultra 4 cars run. And so when you get a flat, they can really punish you.
Still kicking these huge, larger than basketball-sized boulders out of the way with that flat tire.
Evan Jesse off the line as Arturo comes into town.
Evan Jesse now 114.
Arturo through the arch. Look at that car bounce around. It is just getting
a little bit of work needs to be done on those rear shocks. You know, I don't know. Is that right front?
It was the left I was looking at.
Oh, so. Left. I'm sorry.
Well, there we go. Yeah, it is flat.
You can see it now.
So he'll have to be careful coming around this last corner, around Talladega. Look at it run off the rim there. Wow, that beadlock is doing its job, holding that tire on though, getting him in. But you do that in a race, and you try and go 10 miles to the pit. That's a long way to make that tire survive like that with no air in it.
The sidewalls take such a beating.
So we've got 114 Evan Jesse on course. This looks like a Jimmy's rig.
Not only is that course getting rutted up, it's getting a lot dustier as well too. I've noticed that.
Look at the horsepower there. He got a little bit offline and he just held it down and made it work.
When in doubt, gas it.
Absolutely, and he did that expertly. It's amazing watching these cars run through these rock shelves and off these ledges at just speed that we were never considering several years ago. Especially in a single shock car. You would normally lower yourself off that ledge there, and now they're just racing the whole way down at a full pace.
Ryan Webb, the next car up the line, the 717 4800 Legends. Out there for his Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, presented by Progressive Insurance qualifying effort. Wait, I just said that wrong, didn't I? Yeah.
It's definitely the four-wheel part, every man shower Scott. We saw the UTVs yesterday. They'll be back on Thursday for their main race. So Scott, have you managed to get yourself some KOH swag?
Yes, I have, and I don't know how much is left, but man, the thing is they're getting shipments sent out. I think there's been 2 shipments sent out to restock Roxy and her trailer. And there's some really cool stuff out there this year.
Absolutely. Evan Jesse just crossed into 4th place. He's got a crew here cheering. But yeah, down at the merch, if you're on site here listening to us live, head down to the big trailer.
It's just outside, I think, Gate 2.
Gate 2. See Roxy and her awesome crew, and grab yourself some KOH swag. There's some awesome designs down there for all the family. You can go home with a shirt for every day of the week if you want. There's so many different event shirts.
There's a special shirt for every event.
Absolutely.
Every race has got their own special T-shirt.
It's very cool.
You got one of the sweatshirts on?
Yeah, I've got one of the event shirts on.
I really like that the black and gray camo.
The camo is really cool. So Ryan Webb making short work of the rocks, coming back towards the Bronco Arch. And we've got Christian Thordenson starting next. 48.03 taking off out of our short course. It's amazing the work that these guys do with their machinery to build this short course from nothing every year. This all has to be returned to natural ground when we're not out here. And you know, it's built every time.
Did you see
that
him
was
wheeling?
a big hit, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he bounced that front end up in the air probably about 3-4 feet and just kind of rode it for about 50-60, and it looked like it was wheeling his way back into Hammertown.
That's the thing, when you come through that Bronco Arch, you can see the finish line across the corners of the short course. You just get on it, and you've got to be careful because there's a couple of good little ledges there that'll still catch you out and buck you in a huge way. So the guys have to sort of be careful that they don't overdo it coming back
quick.
in. Very nice time. So let's have a look at the top 5. We've got Cody Young setting the pace, 2 minutes 18 seconds. Chuck Crossland about 9 seconds back. Dwayne Garretson, who ran earlier in his 4500 car, setting 3rd place. Evan Jesse, who we saw finish recently in 4th place. And Scott Foley in 5th place. So they are our current top 5. Now we're going to take this qualifying, the 4800 Legends and the 4500 Modified is going to start the 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge on Friday in exactly the order they qualify, all combined.
Mixed in with each other.
Mixed together. We're going to mix those 2 classes together to get our starters. The 4600 stock class is going to start behind them in the order they qualify as a class. So this qualifying for position is really important for the Legends guys and the Modified guys because they want to be right at the front of everyone, not just at the front of their class. So they're running in the cleanest amount of air, so they get to turkey claw the fastest, and they get out there and get some pace on.
Yeah, there's some new names. You brought up Turkey Claw. There's some new names out there that we haven't had before, and I'm kind of curious. I'm not quite adept to some of those rocks.
So Turkey Claw is a trail we've been running for years when we've just been recreational wheeling, but it's not something we've raced on before. So it's pretty cool to see it in the race. It's really early in the race. It's going to test the teams right from the beginning, and it's going to make a great show on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday as we go into the races for the King of the Hammers.
Well, we're being told if you've ever wanted to volunteer out here during King of the Hammers week, we ask that you go to
Ultra4Racing.com. Click on the More Info tab, and it'll have some great information about volunteering here. This race really runs on volunteers. It's a phenomenal group that come out and help every year.
And it's a huge volunteer force. And Dave really takes care of the volunteers. He does a fantastic job. Special little surprises here and there for everybody. But just to be a part of a team like this is just a cool thing. You go home and tell your friends and family, neighbors. They might not know what the hell you're talking about, but you know that you've been a part of something that's actually a true global event.
Absolutely. And if you're a driver or a team who are out here on site this week listening in, there's a volunteer meeting. I believe it's after the drivers' meeting on Wednesday night. If you've got some swag, some cool stuff, some hats, some hoodies, feel free to drop it into that volunteer raffle, and they'll get them to those great people that come and help us put this event on.
There we go. Off the line is Dan Fresh.
So this is a guy who is well known in this class.
You think he might be the first one to?
Will he do the big drop?
Yeah.
So he's in a bomber chassis.
He's pre-ran this thing in his sleep.
Absolutely. So we last dropped this about 6 years ago, and in Ultra 4 qualifying, everyone pre-running avoided it, but the first guy to go qualifying, who I think was Cody Addington, dropped the big drop, and then everyone else racing Ultra 4 pretty much had to drop it because they knew they would be well off time if they didn't. So let's see where Dan goes. Looks like he's going around, unfortunately. Making that bomber work through the rocks.
Maybe he's just looking at the big picture.
Yeah, it is a big week. I think he's racing a couple of classes as well.
Yeah.
So he's probably got a lot on his plate already. Don Stein just crossed the line. A little bit off the pace, but nice solid finish there as Dan comes into the second set of rocks. Now, he has taken the bypass on the second set of rocks, which You know, I think it's probably still faster to shoot straight up the face, but interesting to see he's playing it really safe this qualifying. It's not going to be our top time.
He's been a wheelman the last couple of years. I mean, he's been behind the wheel of so many different desert racing vehicles, and it's just getting a lot of seat time.
Absolutely. He was part of the Savvy dynasty that was here for several years, out racing on his own this year, I believe. And that bomber's looking good as it comes back into Hammertown.
Derek Summers off the line. He's starting his qualifying effort.
Now let's watch Dan through this Bronco arch and see how the bomber handles that downhill. These whoops right here.
No big deal.
Made it look good, didn't it?
You can't go forward if the tires aren't on the ground pulling.
Meanwhile, Derek Summers is absolutely ripping up towards short bus. That was the fastest I think I've seen anyone come across the back of Means
Fresh has got a good time
and he's
going.
carried it through that corner and nailed that corner. Sometimes if you come through that too fast, you just can't get it stopped. And he's made it look good so far. Dan Fresh is going to go probably the second place.
Second place. Dan Fresh, second quick. Wow.
But if he'd done the big drop-off, if he'd driven up the rock face, would he have saved that 10 seconds and moved ahead of Cody? I don't know. We'll probably see later in the day. I think Derek's got a really fast time coming up here so far too. So let's see him get up this big rock face. So he's gone straight up it as opposed to Dan going around it. Slip and sliding, it's just covered in dirt at the moment. He's up. I didn't quite happen to see the time that Dan Fresh crested that hill.
I want to say it was like 2:23. Oh, on top of the hill, I'm sorry.
I know Ian and crew this morning were watching that time that they were getting over that top hill and trying to get a bit of a guesstimate split.
Tony Howard up the line in the 48.05.
Derek Summers ripping through the desert and heading to the Bronco Arch. Coming through there, no problems at the moment. Oh, a couple of big rocks. It's really tricky through this Bronco Arch because you're really unsighted of your line that you take as you come over the top.
What's on the other side, you know, like,
your
but
hood's
he took
in the way.
far left side, which is kind of on the rough side.
Coming in, we're only at 2:10 here. We're looking at a very good time. Not sure if he's going to beat Cody. He's probably got Dan. Let's see.
No, I think
Dan might have beaten him.
Yeah, Dan got him. I want to say this is going to be a
flat left front.
6 or 7.
Derek had a flat left front. He might have got that coming through the Bronco Arch. It was a really fast time.
Yeah,
till then. I think he lost a bit of time.
2:29.85, 7th quick.
Yeah, I think he lost
Derek
a lot
Summers.
of time in that last quarter of that lap there. And that's why, even though you're pushing for the best start time, it's so important to look after the car. Because a flat in this type of qualifying event can cost you 15 seconds easily running in on a rim. Tony's now smashing up that rock face, making it look good. A lot of them favouring this right-hand line. I've walked this a couple of times this week, and there's a good line on the right that you could shoot straight up, or a good line on the left. Up the middle's a little harder with a bit of a lump.
Right there at the top.
Absolutely.
So you got to be pointed in the right direction when you hit that last ledge, because it kicks that front end up in the air, and you have no way to
jumping
turn.
off that ledge there.
Yeah.
Just absolutely jumping off that ledge.
Dana Hale coming up the line next in the 48.44.
This drone footage is just amazing. Being able to watch these cars the whole way through the qualifying lap. Really, really cool footage.
And they just don't stop. I mean,
following the car through the Bronco Arch. Like, how much closer could you get?
Land real fast, swap out a set of batteries, and zing, they're back out again.
Yeah, some of these drones are so powerful, they go flat in 6 minutes. Battery change, keep going, but they're giving us amazing coverage as Tony comes around, heading for Talladega.
I want to say this will be a top 10 run right here.
So to be top 10, he needs to be 2 minutes 34 at the moment. So you might be pretty close. The timing loop is right on the bottom. You can see the flag on the bottom of the landing. So he's got to get down and get landed.
8th quick, 2:32.
Yep, there you go.
8th quick for Tony Howard. Now we're watching Dana Hale.
So they've just gone round the big rock drop-off, coming down the bypass there, and they'll get turned around and headed up the big rock ledges. This looks like a team that's part of Rufus Racing. Maybe? Very much resembles that team's American flag livery.
Does that left-hand turn? Going far to the left.
Taking the safe route here. So 145 at the top of the rocks. We're a little bit off the pace here, but still nice and solid.
So Ben, who's manning the shop while you're away?
Oh, back home, yeah, we have a forward drive shop, Solve Off-Road. We've got a great group of guys back home looking after the place.
Think they're tuned in?
I think they would be. I hope they're working. But I know
if they're tuned in, I want one of your guys to via social media check in, let us know you're watching, and then have a question for you.
Absolutely. Sounds good.
Or let us know how's business been this week so far.
Very good. Well, I've had very limited contact back home, so might be good
Steve
to know.
Graff is the next car up the line.
Yep. As we've got Dana coming through the Bronco Arch, heading back into town. Just taking it a little bit more gingerly down that hill, looking after the car.
Just slightly a little bit off the pace. And
Whoa.
turn 19!
Oh, get it! Yes!
The first save!
Very cool. And we'll still get a finish time. Brilliant.
Did you happen to catch a sponsor on the belly pan?
Oh, they
Was there a
need one,
sticker underneath
don't
there?
they? Oh. And the team coming down the bypass rocks. Big hit there, coming down, flat tire on the front left in the Torco sponsored Legends car. That should be I think that's Steve Graff, yes,
Yep.
Steve Graff.
He's out there in the 4806.
So that's going to be a long way back to make it limping with a front flat tire. He's gone the bypass climb.
Yeah, fairly early on in the run too.
He's got to drop down with that flat tire and limp it back through the Bronco Arch and the short course and all the way back to town. But how good was that save?
And the thing is, you watch the turn into the roll, and the throttle. You saw the throttle control. Oh, that was all driver. The driver saved it. There was nothing momentum about it. It didn't roll and save. No, it was all the driver.
It was very cool.
Richard Fenton, the next car off, the 4852. It looks like a Bronco.
Yeah, it's very fitting for what's happening here this week with all the Broncos out here and Broncos racing throughout the field.
Up and under the Bronco Arch for Steve Graff. I think we're looking at possibly a top, I don't know about a top 20.
Pretty good considering
top 25 probably.
He's got a tyre that's down a fair bit. He's done pretty well. See, that front left is pretty much completely flat. He's just pushing it through. See it shudder through the corner.
And that's the tire that seems that if there's guys coming across that line with a flat, that seems to be the one, is the left
that front left. We used to say it's whoever's side of the car it is fault to get it flat. So that is purely the driver's fault over here. Bronco climbing up the top of the rocks. As we wait for a time for Steve Graff. Richard Fenton still on course. Just slowing down a little bit there. He's working very gingerly down that hill, isn't
slow
he?
and meticulous. That just tells me there's one driver that didn't have a chance to pre-run and possibly the first time on the course.
Possibly, and there's a lot of drivers out here that have never been. Oh, he's taking a very interesting line there. I probably would go back a little bit. That's making it very hard for yourself. Come around those cones.
That's the last time I've listened to
Richard.
Eric Miller taking that line.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think we'll see anyone cut through there. I think you've got to go round those orange bollards down the bottom there. But there's guys in the Legends class especially, and throughout the rest of our field who, for King of the Hammers, it's their personal challenge. They want to come out here, race with their idols, finish. You know, some guys have tried for years to get that finish. And just being smart in your qualifying, taking it easy, and, you know, just having a good, solid finish in your qualifying. This one's probably a little slow. He looks a little lost up there, but you know they're here for the atmosphere. They're here to do their personal challenge. They've built their own car. They've turned up out here, and they're having a great time. And that's what the awesome thing is about King of the Hammers. Don't know if he's got a couple of problems here or he's just a little lost. He's just feeling it out. Wow, that's real close. Maybe they can give it a 2.
That's a drone that's doing some drafting.
He's really just gingerly feeling off here. We've seen most of the cars go a lot wider than that or shortcut through that gap just to up above him to the left. He's got one more drop down here. Almost out of these rocks. Okay, we're back down on the dirt. We're off the rocks. We're heading for the Bronco Arch now, back through the desert. So Richard Fenton coming back into Hammertown, heading towards the Bronco Arch. He's got that thing moving again. The Bronco coming through the Bronco Arch. Again, just picking his way through there, being nice and safe. And that's that big rock you were talking about, Scott, that's going to bring a couple people
unstuck. You better aim in the
doubt.
right direction.
Coming across those bumps, coming into the short course. We'll see him around Talladega and heading towards the finish line.
Yeah, I think this might be on a cruise control qualifying effort just to get into the field. I'm not going to set the world on fire. I don't want to break anything. I got a limited budget. I got limited parts, or whatever it may be. I think this is just cross the line and get in the field kind of qualifying effort.
Absolutely, but he's out here. He's giving it a go.
Yeah.
And, you know, these are our people, and we love seeing these guys out here.
Well, that will take care of Richard Fenton's qualifying effort in that 48.52. We're going to step aside real quick. Once again, this is the 4 Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge qualifying this afternoon. We'll be right back with more qualifying action.
Conquer the elements, handle the most extreme environments, and dominate the desert and trails with King's new 2021 Ford Bronco 2.5 OEM Performance Upgrade Kit. All kits are 100% designed, manufactured, and assembled in our Southern California facility. See why we're the first choice for experienced off-road racers worldwide and order your Bronco kit today.
be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Denied.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian.
Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Single-digit temperatures. A couple of inches of snow on the ground already. And more predicted as the day goes on. In other words, conditions are perfect for the all-new Bronco Sport. Business in the front, business in the back. The all-new 2021 Ford F-150 with new available interior and tailgate work surfaces.
Really thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problems with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
And in the state frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
Ford WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, Ford WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to Ford WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at FordWP.com.
Renowned worldwide for reliability, the ARB air locker is a must-have for off-road drivers including rock crawlers, overlanders, and racers. With over 100 applications, ARB air lockers gives your vehicle the traction you need to tackle virtually any challenge with the flip of a switch.
With aggressive styling and proven performance, the Atturo Trailblade family of tires are ready for your next adventure. The Trailblade MT features a race-winning tread pattern and stylishly aggressive sidewall that cuts through any terrain. Wherever the road ends, your adventure begins with Atturo tires. Discover the full Atturo family of tires at Atturo.com.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air Systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
A tradition of performance. For over 60 years, a brand synonymous with VWs. Known around the world for quality, speed, and innovation. MB, the first in VW speed equipment.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
So King of the Hammers, it's the toughest one-day race in the world as far as I'm concerned.
When you need your winch, that's the only thing that matters. It's about getting to the finish line first. It doesn't matter how you do it.
I'm Ian Johnson here in the Big Tire Garage getting ready for this year's annual King of the Hammers race. And a class that I always look forward to watching is the 4500 modified class. This is your Method Race Wheels Ultra 4 class breakdown for the 4500 modifieds. Since 2012, this class competes during the Everyman Challenge Day of racing that takes place on the same track as the main event, just a shorter distance. The cars look similar to hardcore trail rigs, but don't be fooled. These are serious race cars. The 4500 cars must have a front-mounted engine, but there is no limit to the amount of power it can make. You have to have mechanical steering, meaning either a traditional steering gear or steering rack that is attached to the axle and connected to the steering wheel. Hydraulic assist is allowed, and most cars will utilize this upgrade. Two 2.5-inch shocks per corner. Now that means you see most of these cars with a coil carrier and a bypass shock, allowing them to fully tune the suspension. But they are limited to 14 inches of travel. And finally, the biggest thing with this class is the cars must use a 37-inch tall DOT legal tire. Even with these limitations, these cars fly through the desert and crawl over huge rocks that make King of the Hammers, King of the Hammers. I'm sure some of you sit at home and watch King of the Hammers and think to yourself, I'm sure the SUV that I drive to work every day could tackle a racetrack like that. Well, that's what the stock class is all about. Vehicles that you could literally drive to Johnson Valley, tackle the toughest one-day race on the planet, and then hopefully it stays together and you get to drive it home. I'm Ian Johnson here in the Big Tire Garage, and this is your Method Race Wheels Ultra 4 class breakdown for the 4600 stock class. This is as close as you can get to the vehicle that you would drive to work during the week and take wheeling on the weekend, but trying to conquer the hardest one-day race on the planet. The stock class vehicle must retain the factory frame, and the wheelbase must stay within 3 inches of factory measurements. The factory engine and transmission must also remain, but it can be replaced with any engine that was available in the same make, model, and year of vehicle. The same style of suspension that the vehicle left the factory with must be retained. That means leaf springs, coil springs, links, independent front suspension, or twin traction beam. It can be upgraded with aftermarket components as long as it is the same overall design as the vehicle left the factory with. Mechanical factory style steering and a single 2.5-inch shock per corner unless the vehicle came factory with dual shocks. Suspension travel is limited to 14 inches and you can only run a 35-inch tall DOT tire. This class is one of the most close-knit groups in Ultra 4, doing battle against the toughest rock trails and hardest desert terrain around in some of the least capable vehicles. Very few stock class cars make it back to Hammertown before the official time cutoff, but they often stay out on course and finish long after most spectators have gone to bed. So what do you do if you feel that your 4400 series car is just not as competitive as it used to be? Or maybe you as a driver, you don't think you're ready to tackle the big race. Well, good news. Ultra 4 has a class for that. I'm Ian Johnson here in the Big Tire Garage, and this is your Method Race Wheels Ultra 4 class breakdown for the 4800 Legends class. Started in 2014, it was originally designed for older 4400 cars that were no longer competitive in the big race. But the class has become so popular, people are building cars specifically for this class. It's one of the fastest growing classes in Ultra 4 as more cars move down to compete, which is allowed as long as they meet the rules. These cars look similar to full-blown 4400 cars because a lot of them used to race in that class. But one of the biggest class limitations is the requirement of a solid front axle. No IFS and no twin traction beam allowed. Has to have a front-mounted engine, but it has unlimited horsepower. Single shock per corner, meaning no additional bypass shocks are allowed, so the speed in the desert is limited even with good shock tuning. Each vehicle must contain 2 seats side by side in the cockpit, and finally the car is limited to a 37-inch tall DOT non-sticky compound tire. Some racers use the Legends class as a preparation class, testing and tuning newly built cars and themselves before moving up to the 4400 class and the big day of racing.
And welcome back to qualifying for the 4 Parts Everyman Challenge. I'm Ben Napier in the booth here, and joining me is our current pole sitter, Cody Young. Welcome, Cody.
Thank you.
How does it feel to have the top score?
I mean, it feels good. I've been standing up here waiting for somebody to knock me off, but it's been holding so far.
That's pretty awesome. Did you expect you'd get this high up? How much practice had you guys done?
I was out pre-running yesterday and this morning, and did about 10 laps each morning and felt pretty good with it. And we were pushing pretty hard.
Awesome. And my understanding is you drove both of the easier lines. The one down, you skipped the big drop-off as everyone has. And on the way up, you actually think it's faster to go on that side, that left-hand side, and ride the side of it.
I wouldn't say it's that much faster, but you going up that ledge, you take a risk of bobbling and losing time.
Absolutely. Well, nice and safe, solid time. We're going to see through the next hour of qualifying and then power hour if any of these guys knock you off, or maybe you'll be leading the race out on Friday.
Yeah, let's hope. There's some fast guys still to come, so I hope it's maybe top 5 time when we're up front.
What do you think the best time will be if you don't hold it?
It might be around 2:15.
2:15,
I would say.
So
yeah.
3 seconds up on you.
Yeah.
Very cool. Well, we will see. Do you want to thank anyone while you're here?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Maximum Off-Road Transmissions. They helped me out a lot. Built an awesome transmission. Vision Wheels, Rugged Radios, Jeff Ginter Racing Engines. He helps me out a lot. He builds a really nice motor. There's so many people that help out. You can't do it alone. I want to thank Brian Caprara, Chase Caprara, and Jimmy Johnson. They helped me out a lot. At all these races, we travel together, we stay together and pit together. It really helps me out a lot.
Awesome. Well, sounds like you've got a lot of great supporters, and best of luck this week. Let's see whether your time starts.
Awesome. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Also want to thank Ryan Accutune. He's done a lot of work for the shocks this week, and a couple weeks ago we got it riding pretty good, and excited to see where we end up finish on race day.
Awesome. Thank you very much. This has been Cody Young, our top pole sitter at the moment for the 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge qualifying session.
Thank you, guys.
So we've got a lot of action still to come from Hammertown. We've got our 4 o'clock session. Sorry, 4 o'clock. No, I was right. 3 o'clock session coming up. We've got some new hosts coming into the booth, and then make sure you stick around because at 4 o'clock we have Power Hour. It's been a phenomenal bit of qualifying here. I've been Ben Napier. I've been joined by Scott Rain. Really great to have you here, mate. But we're going to hand over. We're going to sign out. Here comes Pam and Ian into the booth for the next hour of qualifying.
Yeah, in fact, I'm almost don't want to leave the booth because Ian's going to have some real cool stuff to talk about right off the get-go. We got probably one of the coolest looking RC cars I think I've ever seen, Ian. So I'm going to step aside, hand this little axial unit over to you and all the information, and have a good afternoon, guys.
Thank you very much, Scott. It's great to be back in the booth. With me is, same as yesterday, it's Mrs. Pam Hall. Pam Hall will be joining me here for the rest of our qualifying at the 3 o'clock hour. We're going to be going 3 o'clock. We've got more of these Legends cars leaving the line. Just to keep you guys up to date, Cody Young is sitting on the pole still with 218. Dan Fresh, right behind him, 223. Chuck Crossland, 227. And Dwayne Garretson with 228. And remember, if you want to keep up with all of these times, you can simply jump on live.ultra4racing.com/live/scoring.
And off the line is the 4405 of Mike Costello. First off on our 3 o'clock hour.
Yep, Mike heading out in that 4800 Legends car.
It looks like it's pretty smooth out there today, or maybe just because they have larger tires, but the course on the fast sections have been pretty smooth for these guys.
Well, there's a few lines out in that desert section. We've seen everyone out pre-running last night and a little bit tomorrow, or sorry, a little bit this morning, I should say. And everyone's saying it's still getting kind of chewed up out there. But obviously with the Legends cars, we're dealing with cars with a trailing arm suspension. They can take advantage of tuning those shocks to handle that desert stuff just a little bit better. We're still trying to see if we're going to get one of these cars to run faster than a UTV on this qualifying session today.
Well, as I've been watching from the production truck and from my motorhome today, I've been wondering the same thing. Is somebody going to be faster than one of the UTVs yesterday? Exactly what you just said.
I think we will. I think it'll be during power hour. I think we got some people who are going to be throwing down. I honestly think we're going to see some exciting qualifying out of our 3 Broncos in the stock class during power hour, because for a lot of them, I think they're going to want to be out front when we start this race on Friday to make sure they can get into the rocks right away and then get ahead of the pack.
For sure. There are definitely some heavy hitters, some big names in power hour today.
But right now we got Mike Costello coming up. This is a section of the qualifying course. We've seen 3 different lines. There's a far line to the left, goes around through the dirt, and then there's the rock face, and then a sort of a loose rocky climb. But talking to a lot of the drivers who've gone out, pre-ran this morning, checked it out, watched qualifying today, a lot of them said those 2 rocky climbs are not worth the risk. It's better just to go around on the far side, try to make up the time with a little bit of speed.
Right in this section, those rocks, they definitely can get their tires. It kind of, I don't know, he hit a rock just a few seconds ago, but his front passenger tire's looking a little not as much aired up as it should be.
Yeah, it's hard to tell from this angle. It may just be a bruise on the tire.
That is Anthony Areola, the 4861 off the line.
Anthony headed out into the desert as we watch Mike Costello come back into Hammertown. First he has to go through the infamous Bronco Arch.
That section right there, now you've been watching closely today. Yesterday the middle line was the faster line for everybody. Have you kind of noticed which one might be faster today for these guys?
Based on what we've seen so far, the middle line is still faster. The problem is that middle line, it's an absolute blind section. So you have to go in, and then you're basically going to sort of huck your truck over the center of that line and see what happens. And unfortunately, it can get out of sorts pretty quick. There's a couple of big rocks down in there. But if you get into that middle line, it's very, very fast. There's just less turning, and it sets you up better for getting back onto the short course.
I've been hearing a lot of action in turn 19 as well today.
We had a couple rollovers, I think, at least one rollover when I was in the booth. I didn't get to see if there was any more rollovers throughout the day, but yeah, turn 19 has at least got one victim since we've been here.
I still love how you guys gave it a name.
I'm trying to get the ground screw to put a number 19 up on that turn for tomorrow, but we'll see what happens. I don't know, maybe I'll just go and do it myself. I'll make a sign that says 19.
Anthony Areola, you can tell he's definitely trying to get up into like a number 1 spot for sure. He's not lifting as much as we've seen some of the other guys do. Great footage.
All right, Pam, so the question is, do you have any idea as to what our time of the day is going to be? What do you think is going to be our best time so far today?
What is our number 1 right now?
Right now we're at, number 1 qualifier is, I'm going to scroll up on the computer here, is sitting at a 2:18.
A 2:18, I don't know. I'm going to say a 2:11. That'll be my guess.
You go 2:11?
2:14. Somebody's yelling out 2:14 out there.
2:14. I'm gonna go out on a limb and I'm gonna say we're gonna see a 2:04.
2:04.
2:04.
That's definitely faster than the UTVs yesterday.
Yeah, we're gonna get Miles in here and get him to.
Miles is always he's almost spot on every time. Okay, so
Miles just guessed 2:03. I'm hearing in my headset.
Oh, no.
So Miles says 2:03. We're going Price is Right rules on this. So 2:03, 2:04.
2:03. We'll see. What I say? I said 2:11.
All right, Anthony Areola is coming in with a 2:44. That puts him in 17th place.
And on course is the 48:19 of Jesse Lee on screen right now. A 2:03. Mr. Casey Gilbert's going in front of us right now, going to get into the lineup.
I'll bet you that's who Miles thinks is going to lay down at 2:03.
Well, Casey definitely has, you can hear his motors so strong. We always know when he's getting ready to go on course or when he takes off that starting line. It's just a different sound to the horsepower in his car. So the 48:19 Jesse Lee, you can see those rocks kicking up behind him just now. Definitely unique colors on Jesse's race car. always say that the drones are amazing to have, but they sometimes don't do justice to how rocky and rough that is. And that's the 406 off the line of Eric Weichel. I know he's been out here doing his homework. Came out early, set up camp. He was actually, their team was one of the first ones into Hammertown. Definitely have to come out here and do your homework for sure on these trails.
Well, you know, you can say you come out and do your homework, and then you show up and Dave Cole throws a shootout across your qualifying course, and then you got to deal with a bunch of rocks that get moved around. But I think, I think there's one thing that's a constant in Hammertown, and that is that everything changes right before you leave the starting line, and that's just normal. So I think it's going to be one of those situations where you kind of got to do your homework, but you got to be ready for the unexpected.
Very, very true. I was thinking last night, I was talking to somebody and I said, you know, it's really good to go out and pre-run the race course, but then again, sometimes you have people that come out here, they don't do a pre-run and they run it blind and they do amazing. So sometimes pre-running gets in your head and messes with it a little bit as well.
Jesse Lee coming in with a 2:52 as we cut back out to Eric Weichel out on course. I personally think the people that are very successful will come out, shake down their race car earlier in the year. You see guys like Lauren out here during Thanksgiving or over Christmas break. Sometimes they're out here just shaking the car down, which is a great time to come out here and go wheeling, by the way. But you'll see some guys come out here and do that, then go back, and then when it comes to race week, they may go out and pre-run in a different car or just go walk the rock trails. I think it's better just to have a well-prepped car on the start of race day.
It was I was out here during the Thanksgiving week as well, and so Randy Slawson was out here as well. But when I got out here for King of the Hammers, I went on course with Tom Ways, and it was a lot of fun to go out and actually see the rocks and actually get to walk the course just a little bit. I have never done that before.
It is always good to go out and walk. We're watching Eric Weichel come down the rock section. This is where we see some drivers able to pick up a lot of time through that rock section.
And that's the 105 of Toby Stacy that just took off.
Another 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class car. As we've said all day today, remember we've got 3 different classes qualifying today for the 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge race on Friday. We have the Spider Tracks stock class, Brannick Motorsports Legends class, and the Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. All those classes will be mixed together on race day, leaving at different times.
Here goes Eric Weichel in that Talladega turn. I love having the split screen so we can see action from the rocks, from the short course, and keep up with what's going on.
Yeah, and just remember that timer on the top right corner, that is the driver that is currently on course. That's Eric Weichel just came in, and then we're going to go right over to Toby Stacy.
Looking good out there.
Oh, looks like Toby's going to take the rock ledge.
Wow. Wow.
That is the far left side of the rock ledge. That is right near where we saw Casey Curry roll yesterday. But Toby Stacy one-shotted it. Everyone I've talked to, they said if you're going to go up there, you have to one-shot it if you're trying to make up time on that rock section. And he made up a little bit of time. He's not on pace to take the pole, but he is on pace to be top 15 at this point. Maybe even top, let me look and see where top 10 is. So when he comes around and hits that jump, yeah, he'll be top 10. He'll come in as a top 10 spot.
As Toby Stacy is getting ready to enter the short course, we have Paul Tyler just took off in the 48.87.
Yep, there's Toby coming through the Bronco Arch. Checking up a little bit. That's going to cost him a little bit. He took that center line, but he held off a little bit. And then he's coming into what we're calling the infamous turn 19. The reason this turn has earned that name is during the T1 race, the Team Herp's T1 truck rolled on that turn, not once, but twice during the race. And that was truck 19, so we called it turn 19.
Now, was it because the driver that started rolled and then the secondary driver got in and did the same thing?
There was 2 different drivers, so we can't blame the drivers because it was a different driver every time. Toby Stacy, 14th. I thought he was going to come in a little bit faster than that.
Well, you did say top 15, so 14th.
Yeah, I think he lost a little bit of time coming through the Bronco Arch, to be honest with you. Paul Tyler is sitting there at 1 minute dead at that drop off.
Look how rough it is.
You can see that drop off right behind him where the shootout was taking place last night. That is an optional line if they want to take the big drop during qualifying. I don't really know if it would be much faster aside from the fact that you'd have a lot of gravity on your side.
And this qualifying loop is roughly 1.5 miles, is that?
1.3 miles, I think it is.
Miles.
Jim Marsden to be proud of this car because it looks like the steering wheel's on the wrong side of the vehicle, so Jim would like that.
He would argue that though, that it's not on the wrong side.
Well, you know, it is on the passenger side of the vehicle, yes, the right-hand side.
The right-hand side. It's so hard to see the...
All right, we're watching Paul Tyler come down through that rock section. There goes Rob Inglis, the 889. Making quick work of that first section, the short course, headed out into the desert.
Paul Tyler getting ready to go through that Bronco arch, see which line he takes. Now, if you're coming over that, you saw the large boulder, if you're watching this on the live show, the large boulder that if they did not hit that line just right, they're going to go right into it.
We watched a couple of the UTVs lose some tires because of that rock. And the problem when you come through that Bronco arch is the fact that you can't see that boulder. It's a blind leap of faith when you come through that arch, especially as the day moves on like this, because the sun is in your eyes when you come up over that edge and come through that arch. So you get blinded by the sun, and then you can't see over the hood of your truck. So you just kind of got to punch it and see where you land. All right, here's Rob Inglis on course. We'll see which way he goes, up for the rocks or for the dirt bypass. It looks like he's going to take the rocks too.
Huh. That is so rough. I don't know how that side would be faster. But there he goes, right up it.
That actually ended up saving him a little bit of time. He came across that top at about 120. If he picks up a little bit of pace coming down this rocky section here, he could have a very good qualifying run.
And with the way the sun is hitting these rocks right now, because it's getting lower, that's where you're having to watch out and not hit them with your tires, and hopefully there's not one that has been moved into the middle of the course. He does have a good time going.
So based off that time right there, we could be looking at if he comes through the Bronco arch fast, doesn't check up, we could be seeing a top 10 out of Rob Inglis right now. And it looks like he did exactly that.
The 1905 of Sean Hollick just went off the line as well, heading out into the desert.
And here comes Rob Inglis into that short course. We just lost him on screen. We'll pick him up in a second. We're watching. There goes.
Look how quick he's going. So you were saying that about the sun, coming over the mountain right there. It's just only going to get worse for these guys into the power hour.
It's always been the one downfall. You want to be in power hour because you get to put on a good show and you get to watch everyone else qualify and you know where you have to be. But that always has been an issue of qualifying here at King of the Hammers, is no matter what class it is. Yesterday the UTVs lucked out. They had cloud cover all day, but the sun has now come out in Hammertown and the giant cancerous orb is up in the sky, and it will get your eyeballs when you come around that corner.
It does make for great photos though, with the sun going down and then the cars going really fast across the areas.
All right, Rob Inglis came in with a 232. That's an 8th position. Oh, and this is the one risk you take when you hit that rock section. You want to one-shot that if you can. He just got a little bit offline, took a nasty bounce, but he's back into it, coming up the top.
Definitely have to keep that momentum for sure going up that rock face.
It is faster if you get into it and one-shot it. You will save time. The problem is it's dug out so far. And the transition is difficult. You got to remember, these Legends class cars, they are limited to a 37-inch tall tire. Tomorrow when we watch the 4400 and Unlimited class qualify, they don't have that issue. They can run any size tire they want. There's no limitations on them. So that undercut isn't a big deal.
Yeah, it definitely will be easier for them.
About 20 seconds off our leader's race pace right there for Sean, so he'll probably come in with maybe a top 15 finish, unless he shows us something in the short course, but I'm going to assume 13th or 14th spot.
You can see on the line right now we have the 73 of Greg Neff in that Racer Coffee Company car. They've been fueling us up here this week.
Oh, turn 19 got him! Oh, we kind of thought.
Is that your turn 19?
That's turn 19. That's our second victim of the day. I need like a scoreboard with like a cross, like one down. Yep, in exactly the same way. We saw it get and look, something is broken in the front. Looks like probably some type of tie rod. Came over that pretty hard. So our safety crew will get out there and get him recovered. He is off course. We saw it earlier. We did actually pause qualifying. I don't know if we'll do that at this point or if we will continue qualifying because he's so far off course. We'll let the officials make that call.
That Ford trimmer has definitely been getting used very well this week, flipping people over in that turn 19.
Yeah, that's a nasty roll to come off the top of that like that. He was making great time, good pace. It probably jinxed him because I said if he comes in clean, he didn't come in clean.
He definitely was doing really good. We have Greg Neff going through the rock area. I was watching the other side, so I'm not sure if is this the rock face area right here?
This is the rock face section right here. He hasn't made his decision yet. We have a question come in from social, and as we said before, make sure you get your questions out there, post them up, we'll answer them as we can. The question came in is, are they required to carry a spare? And the answer to that is absolutely not. If you're brave enough to run this race without a spare, you don't have to. We have numerous cases where the king has crossed the line on either A, a flat tire, or B, no tire, or sometimes no left front of the car. We've had one issue with that. So you don't have to carry a spare. I think you'll find most of these guys do carry a spare because the most important thing to remember is that King of the Hammers is a no-chase race. Your crew cannot come out and assist you on the race course. If you got a flat, you're going to want to have that spare.
Definitely. Now, another thing too is some people, they don't run a spare during qualifying because they don't want that extra weight. But like we were talking about yesterday in the UTVs, when you're already tuned, your shocks are tuned for certain weights being on the car, they should definitely run that spare because it'll throw the whole suspension off.
Well, yeah, it definitely depends how the vehicle's set up and tuned, but it looks like we're going to stop this qualifier and head him back just because we still have action on cleanup on the short course. So the good thing is he's going to get another shot at his qualifying run.
Now he's been on it, so now he can think about, where did I just go? Should I change it up a little bit?
Well, or he's going to be bummed out because maybe he had a really great run going, and now he's kind of feeling a little bit bummed out. But either way, as Miles said before, safety first. So we're going to stop that qualifying until we get that car off the infield.
So sitting there on the line is, let's see, that is the Kyle Wickham. So he's just waiting to go, but it looks like we might be redoing Greg Neff on his qualifying run.
Yeah, what we did before is basically we let the next car go and then we brought in the restart after that. So
good.
I think we'll still let Kyle go right away, and then we'll probably field one in. But they won't let Kyle go until we have a clear short course race section. We just want to make sure that everyone's safe, keep our safety and recovery crew out of harm's way, and then get that car off the course, and then we'll get out there racing.
It's always safety first, and our crew does an amazing job out there on course.
All right, well, while we wait for the safety crew to get that car off the trail, we will go ahead and take a quick break from the action here from the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge in Johnson Valley, part of the 2022 Progressive King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Batteries.
carries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Deny.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian. Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Single-digit temperatures. A couple of inches of snow on the ground already. And more predicted as the day goes on. In other words, conditions are perfect for the all-new Bronco Sport. Business in the front, business in the back. The all-new 2021 Ford F-150 with new available interior and tailgate work surfaces.
Welcome back to Johnson Valley, and we are deep in qualifying for the four-wheel parts Every Man Challenge. I'm Ian Johnson. With me in the booth is the infamous Mrs. Pam Hall, and we're watching great qualifying, aren't we?
It is exciting to watch this qualifying for the EMC race. This is probably one of my favorite races to watch. And that drone right there is kind of doing a little course preview for us.
That drone is basically tracking the exact same course that all of our drivers are on. As we've said before, this is 3 different classes qualifying today. We have the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, the Yukon Gear and Axle 4500 Modified class, and the Spider Tracks Axle Stock class. We've had a little mix of everybody so far, but right now we're deep in Legends cars.
Definitely next off the line is going to be the 4823 of Kyle Wickham. You can see our race director, Liam O'Donnell, over there, chatting with him for just a moment before he takes off the line.
Legends class, probably the fastest growing class here at King of the Hammers Race Week. I would argue probably even a little bit more than UTVs lately. There's so many cars coming out of 4400 coming down to race. People snapping up old chassis, throwing a single shock in either corner and coming out here and racing. It is a great class to get involved with because you're basically driving a 4400 car just with one less shock per corner and a little bit smaller tire.
It's pretty cool. And I know that on social media there was a question of what the oldest Legends car that is racing out here. I can't remember the answer on
I can tell you the answer. They're not racing this year, but it was the Lovell's Amsoil Ford Ranger.
Oh, that's right.
That truck goes way back to the old days of legit like rock crawl cone dodging. I remember 4 years ago, myself and the Lovells in a pit here, they were using some of the welders that we brought out. We were welding on the car the day before the race, but I would say that is probably the oldest Legends car out here racing, although they're not racing it this year because they're in that stock class Bronco.
This is the first year for them to not race it, is that correct?
Yes, it is, and I teased them last year because if they had been so dominant in that car, there is a rule that if you win in a car a certain amount of times, that Legends class, you're forced up into 4400, and they were getting close to that, so I think they retired the car for that reason.
Oh, well,
that, and I mean, come on, Ford showed up with a brand new Bronco and said, race my truck. Of course you say yes.
I would too. Who would say no to that? It's going to be super cool to see 3 of them out there on course.
And all during Power Hour, which starts right at 4 o'clock today. But right now we're still cleaning up the course a little bit. Once we get that taken care of, the race director will make it let us know that we are clear to go.
It looks like they got Sean Halleck off course, so that's what our Ford trimmer was doing, was pulling him off course. Should be all clear here shortly and get to take that green flag. It's so nice that we can see today. There's not a dust layer.
Yeah, we got a lot of wind moving the dust. You know, Pam, Miles and I were talking earlier about of all the cars that left the starting line today, what car do you want to be given? I gave my decision. Miles gave his. What's your dream car in this stable of vehicles you get to pick from?
To race? Which one?
Just get it. Just add it to your giant stable of vehicles. I don't know if you have a giant stable of vehicles. I know I do, but
I used to.
That's just how that works. So if you could pick one of these cars to take home and just have it at your leisure.
That's a hard decision, but you know, I'm kind of partial to the Broncos because I'm a Ford person. So.
Oh, you want that Bronco, huh?
I do.
For me, it was all about that Samurai. I want Amber Turner's Samurai.
Oh yes, that too. My husband wants a Samurai. I want the Bronco. So how about both?
He's got the right decision. That's Kyle Wickham off the line, 4800 Legends class. Sponsored by Brannick Motorsports. This is 4823. Cal's heading out into the desert. You can see that's the spot right there where you have to make the decision as to which line you're going to go on. That was a perfect shot. That inside track line is actually a little bit faster and a little bit smoother, but it's hard to get into. And if you miss it, you're not going to get onto it.
So it sounds like some chat's been going on that Kevin Yoder is also out here with one of the oldest vehicles as well.
I would say probably, yeah, Kevin Yoder is definitely one of the people that would have an older car. He's been racing with us forever. So I would say, yeah, Kevin Yoder for sure would also be another one. As we watch Kyle Wickham make his way through this qualifying course. Cal's coming down, making the turn. This is a very good time. This is where he makes the decision as he goes dirt or rocks. Looks like he's taking that left-hand side up the dirt.
We're going to have roughly 23 qualifiers in this 3 o'clock hour today.
Making good time across the top, about 10-15 seconds off our leader's race pace, but you can make up a lot of time down here on this downhill section.
You have to really be careful when you're coming downhill right there, though, because you can see that it's getting like worn in right there. If you come down too fast, what could possibly happen is once you land on the harder pack on the bottom, it's going to bounce you back up, and that'll just take you right over.
Looks like he crossed that unofficial checkpoint that I've been using. He's about 15 seconds off race pace, so he may be coming in with a top 10 finish. Of course, the last time I said that, we rolled on the infamous turn 19, so I'm just going to say he's going to come into Hammertown on the top 20. I'll give him top 20, and then he'll lay up a little bit in this corner.
And off the line, I believe that was Garrett Martin. I didn't quite get to see the number. We'll see.
Kyle took the very safe line through that turn 19, staying nice and low. Looks like that's Greg Neff. Yep.
Oh, he got to do his restart because of the yellow flag.
Yep, this is the restart that we had to stop because we had that crash, or rollover, I should say, earlier. And Kyle Wickham comes in with a 2:31, so 8th, so top 10 like we expected.
Nice run. And I'm wondering if, like I was saying, I wonder if Greg Neff is going through his brain right now. Okay, I just did this. Now, should I do something different now that I've seen it?
Yeah, it's hard to tell. You know, he came out there, or he may have had a really good qualifying run in his head, and now he's got to do it all over again.
His car's been setting over at Racer Coffee. Again, they've been keeping us caffeinated here. I was so excited to see them show up to the lake bed again this year.
Looks like Greg's taking that left-hand dirt line. We've had a lot of speculation today as to whether that line is faster or slower. It's harder to judge using today's cars. It was easy to sort of pick it out with the UTVs because they're so similar. These cars, there's so many differences in these cars. Yeah, they're all 4800 class cars, but they have different engine and transmission packages, different gearing in the transmission, or sorry, different gearing in the transfer case, different gearing in the axles. They're all running that 37-inch DOT tire, but it really depends on how that car is set up for that driver, so it's hard to determine which way's the fastest way.
You know what I like to see the best, like during qualifying? Like right now, we can look out into the crowd and we see the racers that have already qualified just sitting here waiting to see if somebody is going to beat their fastest time, where they're going to place. Like I see Mr. Dan Fresh out here watching the screen, and we saw Vaughn Gittin Jr. walking by earlier. It's really cool to see them all out here watching with everybody else.
Yeah, right now we still have Cody Young sitting on that pole position with a 218, and Dan Fresh came in with his 4800 car with a 223. You can keep track of all those timing, all that timing information at live.ultra4racing.com/live/scoring, and you'll get the same feed that we have up here in the booth, keeping track of whose time is what and who's leading this race.
Greg Neff has a 252, which put him currently in the 28th position. So something really cool that we were just shown and we have up here in the booth is this limited edition KOH RC Bomber. which is super cool. There's going to be different packages available to purchase through Axial. And it's really cool because also on the top of it, you guys at some point will show it to you guys. On the top of the car, it has all of the winners and their names on it as well. So it's a super cool RC car that you can purchase with this is the Randy Slawson version because he was our 2021 King of the Hammers winner. But anyways, you guys come out here and check it out whenever you're available, and we'll see where you can purchase this at through Axial.
Yeah, it should be mentioned that is a limited edition car. There's not a lot of them out there. So if you're looking for a good King of the Hammers souvenir to have, something you can, if you can't own a 4400 car, you might as well own a RC version of it. It's a perfect one to get because it's last year's King, Randy Slawson in that bomber chassis, and that is a perfect representation of that bomber car. As we watch Chance Holloman leave the line,
Chance Holloman has an interesting story from Sturgis. I think it's pretty funny. His team shirts, because he had a little upside down at Sturgis this past year. But super cool guy. Super excited to see him out here racing in the 1776.
yeah, it looks like he took that wide line out in the desert. Little bit slower, but it's easier to get on that line when you leave out of Hammertown. And we're watching Garrett Martin come back into Hammertown, coming through our infamous turn 19. He's keeping it nice and low, which is the safest place to be. He'll come around the big Talladega sweeper, up over the Yukon launch, and then we'll have a time for Garrett.
He's at a 320 right now.
Yeah, 321. Currently 49th place. As we get a time up on screen for Chance. Chance coming around. The 1776 car. The question will be, is he going to take the dirt or the rocks? Looks like he's spinning around, going to take that far left dirt line.
That might be the safer line for some people too, wanting to just keep it clean during qualifying.
It's definitely proven to be the least exciting line. The UTVs, some of them got a little bit off camber and up on two wheels during our qualifying yesterday, but these cars being a little bit fatter, a little bit heavier, obviously they're not having that problem. But it does, it's really touch and go as to whether or not it's faster. I would argue today I don't think it's faster unless you got there incredibly quick. If you're looking to make up a couple seconds, that's not where you make it up. This section of the course right here is where you can make up a couple seconds coming down. You can just come down really fast.
That off the line is Mr. George Struley, the number 42. He's been racing with us for a long time. His daughter actually has been his co-driver as well.
That's awesome.
I think the reins are getting ready to be handed off to her, though.
Hand the keys to the car over.
Exactly.
As we watch Chance come through the Bronco Arch, drop down through that last tiny little rock section, come back into the desert floor, and then back down into Hammertown, onto the short course, and then 2 turns and they'll be home. Chance coming in again through that infamous turn 19.
Took that very good. I want to go play on the short course. It looks fun.
It's all, there's no place that isn't fun to go for without here in Johnson Valley.
He's at a 303. Not a bad time.
No, he'll be, looks like he'll be at 304 maybe. Once we get the 306.
36.
So 36 spot. As we kick over to George Schooley coming in here with a 103. That's a good time for that particular spot on the course. We'll see which section they take, if they go dirt or rocks, and it looks like they're going for the rocks.
You can see right there's a little bit of a line. There's what, 1, 2, 3, 4 lines roughly?
He's in sort of a middle line. There's 4 lines. There's right up to the far right against the rocks, which is arguably the fastest line. The problem is getting into that line is hard. But you can see that was 20 seconds worth of hill climbing there, which is not what you want to be doing.
Definitely not.
At that point, you'd be faster coming through that dirt section.
So Ian, today that you've been seeing this on those lines, going through the rocks. There's 3 rock lines there, and then the left is the silty side up. Is it the left line that's probably the fastest line to go up, not that middle one that you just saw George take?
The far left line was fastest yesterday, and it looks like it's fastest today. The problem is you have to hit it perfectly, and if you line up a little bit off, you end up on the center line, and then we do exactly what we saw George do. You're just struggling for traction. So you want that far left line, but you have to one-shot it if you're looking to make up time. I mean, it's called King of the Hammers. You're going to be in rocks on race day no matter what, so it's not like the vehicles can't handle the rocks.
Right.
These rocks aren't that difficult on this qualifying course, but if you're looking to make up time in that section, you have to get up that rock face one shot. No backups, no stops, no nothing. Just line up and pin it.
And then he
So
made
watch
it through
George
that
come in. George is going to be coming in at probably a 240, 250.
I believe that's the 896 of Brian Trent that you're seeing right now in the rock section. When George came through,
probably a 245, 246.
246.
246, that puts him 23rd.
And yes, that is Brian Trent.
All right, Brian coming down the bottom. This is exactly where we saw George come in. George had about the same time. So here, this will be a good comparison. When he came in, he was at 107, 108, came out the top at 126. So we'll watch Brian get in there. And it looks like he's going to come out the top 2 seconds faster if we compare when they entered that section. So he was able to do that left side of that rock, the left side of that qualifying course, approximately 2 seconds faster than the previous car. And made up a lot of time on that downhill section. All right, this is our unofficial split time right here. About 20 seconds off our leader's pace.
Oh, wow.
All right, we've been talking all day about this amazing drone footage that we have out here. And we do need to ask a favor of anyone who's in Hammertown. Hammer King Productions needs 5 drivers with their own vehicles to help out with our drone crew and act as drone spotters. So they'd basically go out on the race course, help these drone guys get to these remote locations. And Dave Cole is going to pay you $100 a day. We need 5 of you with your own vehicles for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. You're going to get to see some amazing parts of the race course, and you're going to get to drive around with these drone guys. So if you're interested in that, make sure you head over to Race Ops and talk to them over there. They'll get you all squared away if you can do it. You'll be a huge help to not only the live stream, but also a huge help to everything out here at King of the Hammers.
All right, and on screen we have the 224 of Brent Dixon, just going through that rock section. He definitely didn't lift coming downhill like we've seen some of the others. Chris Lever, number 54, off the line. As Brent Dixon is just getting ready to go over the Bronco Arch. Or not over, but through.
Through the Bronco Arch, yep, Brent Dixon in the background of that shot. We saw Lever heading out into the desert. Brent's coming in. That's going to be a pretty good time. Going to come through turn 19. He's taking it nice and low. You can see how loose that turn is. Probably looking at top 20, maybe top 30, depending on how fast he comes through this big Talladega turn and over the Yukon launch.
He's going smooth, and smooth is fast, so. But down here we have Chris Lever on the bottom screen going up into the rock section.
Yep, Brent Dixon, top 20, currently 16th, so 2:38. That's a very respectable qualifying time out there.
You can hear his teammates out here cheering for him in the crowd.
Out here cheering him on, yep, as we watch Chris Lever come in.
You know, it takes an army for most people to be out here racing, and to have the support of your friends and family out here being your pit crew and crew chief, that's what it's all about. It looks like Chris Lever's taking a little conservative on that turn right there.
Yeah, it looks like he's certainly not laying down a blistering pace in his qualifying time, but at the same time, you know, he's out here probably just looking to get that car out onto the qualifying course and then back into Hammertown. As we said before, these are 3 different classes racing on race day on Friday. The 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and the 4600 Spider Track Stock class, all leaving the line in the order in which they qualified today.
Justin Barth, the 417 off the line.
All right, and while we watch this, we're going to give you right now our top 5. So Cody Young, 4800 Legends, is still sitting in our number 1 spot with a 218. Dan Fresh, another Legends car, 223. Chuck Crossland, another Legends car, 227. Dwayne Garretson in a modified car with a 228. And Evan Jesse with our another Legends car with a 228.169.
It's not bad for those top 5s, but
that's very good cars. Yep. And I still think, you know, by the time we get through Power Hour, I still think we're going to see some of that 204, 203 numbers that Miles and I were shooting for.
So you and Miles are around the same time frame, and like I said earlier, Miles is pretty spot on with these. Chris Lever coming down that rock section.
Yeah, we'll get a time up on our ticker as soon as we get it reset for your viewing on this live stream. We'll see what section he decides to take. Looks like he's going over the far left, taking that dirt line. Justin is.
I can definitely see, like, when you're coming up that right there, if you stay straight up the rock face, which would be the left line, I could see how that would be a little bit faster because you have the rocks and the sand, so you can still keep your traction on the rocky section of it.
The left-hand side of that line is also not as steep, and the transition's a little bit smoother. The problem with the far right-hand side, the transition is very dug out. It's very deep. And got to remember, these guys, 37-inch tall tire. You know, when we talk about tomorrow's qualifying with the unlimited guys, there are no tire options.
All right, just now off the line was the 4871 of Woody Rose Jr.
Yep, so Woody's off. It looked like he was making good pace leaving Hammertown. Once again, as we watch this drone footage, anyone in Hammertown who wants to see some amazing parts of the race, you got a vehicle here, head over to see Race Ops. They're looking to get 5 people for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday's race to act as drone, call them drone chauffeurs and drone spotters. Out there, you'll get to see some amazing parts of the course, and you'll be helping out the Hammer King production staff as well, and earn a little bit of money to help offset your days here on the lake bed.
And there we have Justin Barth going through that Talladega turn right there. Currently at a 233.
Looks like Justin's going to come in that probably
that was a nice
high
jump.
230s range, which will put him right in that sweet top 20 spot.
238.
So 17, that's good. As we jump back out and see Woody out on course, and we'll see which section he takes. And it looks like he's going for the rocks. And it looks like he's going for the far right rock. As you can see, it is. And when we talk about that transition, the problem with that transition is when you're in qualifying and you're trying to lay down a fast time, there's no time to shift that transfer case into low range. You're hitting that in high range. And that's a steep hill to climb in high range. You're asking a lot of the car. But Woody made quick work of it, and it looks like he's making up some good time coming down this section right here.
You can see some of the guys have been very conservative on it. He has not on that. Now we have the 833 of Kevin Condon that just took off the line.
So Woody's coming in. I'm going to assume he's probably going to come in here back into Hammertown somewhere in the mid-220s range. That should put him in a good top 10 qualifying slot right now.
You can see the little bunny hops down there at the bottom of the
There's
hill.
a couple kickers down in there, and he's coming into turn 19. If he comes through this, I'm not going to say it.
Don't say it.
Oh, he kissed the edge of that lip, too. Glad I didn't say it. He came through that perfectly clean.
Drifted that corner perfectly,
Yep,
as he
now he's
does in the Talladega.
Yep, and that big sweeping Talladega turn, he'll head up over the Yukon launch. And it looks like he will be in that a little bit more than I thought. He's going to be probably 229, 230.
Oh.
Whoa, little offline there.
That is Kevin Condon down there.
Kevin got a bad bounce, got a little offline. That drop-off is getting steeper and steeper as more cars go down it. And you're asking a lot of a 37-inch tall tire to control that when you come off that lip.
What do they say? When in doubt, throttle out?
Well, yeah, but throttling downhill is sometimes a little tricky.
Yes, it is. Definitely tricky. Not so fun.
But Kevin Condon's going to come across the top of that rock section right at the 130-ish mark, which is pretty good. He can make up a little bit of time here in this downhill section.
That's where it looks really tricky. That section right there, like I said earlier, at the bottom of it, it's all rutted out.
As we watch Trent Roberts leave the line in the 4811.
We only have a few more of the 4800 legends to take off on the start for their qualifying run.
Yeah, don't forget at 4 o'clock we have Power Hour, and that is when we've got some of the big hitters coming out. I'm talking about guys like Cody St. Clair, John Matthews, Justin Hall, Kenneth Goodall, Twitchy McGee, Brad Lovell, Bailey Cole, Joe Schaefer, Cameron Steele, Chase Caprera, Jeremy Jones, Andrew Gorman, Kimberly Sparrow, Dustin Sexton, Casey Gilbert, and our current reigning King of the Hammers champion. Oh, it looks like he lost a tire. Oh, that is terrible. Oh.
That's the 4811 of Trent Roberts.
Yeah, it looks like Trent came off that and just took a bad bounce. From the looks of what we could see, it looks like he lost his left front tire, and then he was sitting off camber on that hill with no air on that left front tire, and it was just a slow, angry roll, like an old man returning soup in a deli.
Definitely will throw you off, definitely going downhill, and with the rocks, it can take you right over. We're going to go ahead and take another look at Trent Roberts on his downhill.
Here it comes, and right there, that's the tire.
You can see it pop.
Yep, you can see the sidewall completely gone on it. He tried to save it. It almost, in all honesty, based on what we're seeing with those tire spin, I think when he lost that tire, I think he may have lost, he either came out of four-wheel drive or lost his front drive line as well, because those front tires, when he was trying to save it, were not turning.
They were not turning at all. And it was amazing to see the tire actually blow.
That is the one nice thing about all the dust here at King of the Hammers. You know, and that he knew.
Yep.
I'll guarantee you he saw it, he probably heard it, felt it, and saw all that dust come out that left front.
The recovery crew is right there to get him back over.
All right, well, while we get this vehicle off course, we'll take a quick break from the action. Don't forget, if you've subscribed to the premium feed, you will not lose any of the action here from Johnson Valley. But for those of you that have not, we're going to just take a quick break from here, and we'll see you back shortly.
really thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problems with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
And in the state frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
4WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, 4WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to 4WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at 4WP.com.
King of the Hammers is the most fun race of the year. You know, it's like 10 days of off-road adventure out here.
It is the toughest race in America.
Amazing.
It's brutal.
Crazy. King of the Hammers is tough.
Wide open.
Badass. Rocks.
The percentage of the cars that actually finish is very low, and you got to bring your A game. You have to have the best equipment, you have to have the best drivers, you have to have the best navigators, because this isn't just a driver's race, this is a navigator's race as well, because they're out usually winching the cars just to make it to the finish line. So it takes everything to make it to the finish here.
Burning Man for gearheads.
Burning Man for the off-road.
King of the Hammers is unique.
Oh man, King of the Hammers is gnarly.
King of the Hammers started out as one thing, the fastest guy through the rocks and the trails to get to those rocks across the desert. And what it's evolved into is an off-road festival. There's concerts out here, there's desert racing, there's rock bouncing, there's even a Class 11 race, there's the King of Kings race now, so it's a whole off-road festival.
I'm Dave Cole, welcome to the 2022 King of the Hammers.
Welcome back to Hammertown, Johnson Valley, California. We are deep into qualifying for the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. 3 different classes qualifying today. The Brannick Motorsports 4800 Legends class, Yukon Gear and Axle 4500 class, and the Spider Tracks 4600 stock class. I'm Ian Johnson. In the booth with me is Mrs. Pam Hall, as we're watching cars leave the line, and it looks like we have one leaving right now.
And that's a 4834 of Michael Rosinski.
Yeah, and I think Michael might be our last car before we start ticking off the vehicles in Power Hour. I see them out there lined up. Oh, I stand corrected. It sounds like we may have 5 more cars before we get into Power Hour. All right, Michael Rodrinsky up on the top of this rock section. This is where we just saw that rollover earlier. Definitely no fault of the drivers. He just had a sidewall blowout, just like a bad bounce caught a sidewall, and that was just the end of his qualifying day.
Hopefully that nothing else happened, like you were saying, whenever he was trying to gas out of it, his front tires were not spinning at all. So hopefully there's nothing else that happened. It was just a tire.
Yeah, he took a pretty hard hit coming off that ledge, and if I had to guess, I'm going to bet it just knocked it out of four-wheel drive.
He's taking that longer way around, safer way around.
Yeah, there's that long sort of silty climb that goes up to the left, and it looks like it will go up, and it is a little bit slower, but only if you one-shot that rock face. But Michael's coming through and coming down.
Oh.
That did not look good.
That looked like it was either he shot a rock off into the sand or he had a tire.
We'll know in a second as soon as our feed refreshes here. That is a front left flat tire. He probably got into those sharp rocks and just caught a sidewall. So that's going to affect his time. He should be able to still obviously get it back into Hammertown, but he is going to be definitely off race pace with that left front tire. I don't think there's any point in stopping, because he's... Next off the line is Ross Glaive.
You can see we have the 45.99 stopped off course there. As Michael's making it through that Talladega turn. He's doing pretty good for having a left front flat.
Having a left front flat, yeah, he had a good pace going. It's a shame that he lost that left front tire, but certainly worth coming in and finishing the qualifying, because he's end up 42nd. He'll be mid-pack, which is what you want.
That is definitely not bad. Bindon Richards. I don't have his name. I'm sorry about that, but he's definitely off course right now, the 45.99. Not sure what happened there.
45.99 is Joe Machier. That's how I would pronounce that in my Canadian French. Or Matcher.
Miker?
And it looks like they're going over to see what's going on.
It is. It's Joe Miker.
Nope, it's Machier. Today it's Joe Machier. No, it's Joe Miker. And it looks like, unfortunately, he has his qualifying has also come to an end. Course workers out there checking up on him. It looks like they might be either getting out a strap. Yeah, definitely looks like a strap coming out. I'm gonna wait to get him off course before we send the next car out.
At least we know that the sky is blue today.
It's
Look at that beautiful
it
American
ended up being
flag.
a beautiful day today. Sun came out, started to warm up a little bit of wind. You can see there on the flag, keeping the dust off the course. Yesterday was dusty,
That's
super dusty.
My favorite right there. So Ross Glaive, interesting story about him. I know he's from the Northern California area. Last year I was out in Remote Pit 1, and he came into Remote Pit needing some stuff done to his car. He didn't have a pit crew out here. He came out here with his race car, and what's so amazing about all of the race teams, it's just one big family. Everybody was pitching in to help him on his race car.
That is awesome.
I'm not sure, I know he was looking for pit crew this year. He had put on his social media, so I know he was looking. I'm not sure who all might have signed up for it, but definitely came last year without a pit crew. And that's how I met him. He's a super nice guy. But he's sitting there patiently waiting. He has a Holley EFI sponsor on the side of his car. And you can see the sun in his co-driver's eyes. Just when they come over that Bronco arch, it's in both of their eyes.
Yeah, it's always sort of a cursing and a blast to be involved in Power Hour, because you come through Power Hour, it's right when the sun's going down. You're getting that sun in your eyes right when you come around the bottom of that one little section coming out of the desert.
You can see Liam was giving him the countdown, and he's off the line. So course is clear, got a few more cars ready to go. then we're going to be in the exciting Power Hour.
Yes, it's going to be a good day of action here. You know, we've got a lot of, like we said before, a lot of heavy hitters coming out for Power Hour. And I think we're going to see a couple really good times. I think qualifying this year probably more important than any other year because they're into the rocks so fast this year. Race mile 2, you're into rocks out of Turkey Claw.
Good old Turkey Claw. Have you been up Turkey Claw yourself?
I've been up Turkey Claw many times. I haven't been up it since I've been up it this year. Turkey Claw is one of those trails that I don't know if it's going to be as big a deal, honestly, in this class. There's a lot of different lines on Turkey Claw, and there's a lot of bypass lines. So I don't think it's going to be a huge issue for the Everyman Challenge cars. The side-by-sides, I think it's a little bit trickier.
Definitely.
They have fewer line options to choose from. So I think it's going to be a bigger deal qualifying for them. But either way, what a great place to watch the race. If I was out here in Hammertown looking to spectate, I'd download that BF Goodrich On Trail app onto my phone. It'll give you all of Hammertown map. It'll give you all the trails, and most importantly, it'll give you those awesome spectator spots. The little yellow lines on the map. You can head right out to Turkey Claw. It's super close to Hammertown. Watch a lot of action on race day.
And that is a really cool app to have for any kind of trails that you're going to go on after King of the Hammers as well. So Turkey Claw, the first time I went up Turkey Claw, I was with Jimmy Lewis, and he had I believe it was a 900 stock Razor. And it was quite interesting making it up Turkey Claw. And the next time I went up was with Mr. Waze. We went up there a couple weeks ago, so.
We have a question coming through on social about what happens to these cars that don't finish their qualifying run, either because they've wrecked or they just have an issue, don't finish. They're not out, they're still in the race, they just get pushed to the very back of the line. And it looks like Ross here got a little bit offline. We saw him stop at the bottom of the hill, more than likely shifting that car into low range to hit this rock section. And he just took a little bit of a bad bounce off the bottom. He's got an interesting angle lined up for this particular section, but if you can stay to that far left, it's actually pretty good.
And you can
right
see
where he is.
He has taken off his spare tire for qualifying.
Yes.
As we were talking about earlier. Having a little
The
bit
issue
of
that he's
difficulty.
having there is exactly what we talk about, is the problem with having this class is, looks like he's just going to back all the way down and maybe take the other route. But this class is limited to a 37-inch tall tire. That comes into play as you're watching right now, because he is getting what we call diffed out. So that rear axle is getting hung up on that rock. That's what stopped him. You can see there's two little sort of like trenches burned into that rock, and his rear diff was just hanging up in that section. That's why he wasn't going.
See if he's going to back all the way down. It looks like he's trying to make it up that rock face though.
Yeah, I can tell by looking at the back of that car. See that big old Yukon diff cover on there, and that looks to me like a great 14-bolt axle, which is a great axle unless you put a 37-inch tall tire on it. Then it's a really big anchor hanging out the bottom of your car. It's incredibly hard to wheel with that axle just because you have that center section hanging down so low.
And that's exactly what was happening. Not sure if he's going to call it right there or try to back down.
It's hard to determine whether, based on the fact that he tried to climb it and all four tires. There we go. I'm assuming he's just having a little bit of issues getting his transfer case into low range, because it looked like he had that problem at the bottom. Look, he stopped for a minute and tried to fight it. Looks like he maybe tried to hit that hill in high range, and now he's just sat at the bottom and probably got it into low.
And these cars take such a beating that they can just jump out sometimes of those gears, but he's definitely having some kind of issues right here.
Yeah, it looks like he's having some type of a problem getting up this hill, whether it's jumping out of gear or possibly having some running issues. It's hard to tell. It looks like the car's all together. There's no parts hanging out the bottom side of it, which is good. But it looks like one of the course officials may be headed over just to sort of keep an eye on him. But he is backing off that rock face again.
Backing down hills like that is always kind of sketchy, but he definitely is making it back down. Hopefully he'll just go around and take the easy route to the left.
Well, if he wants to take the easy route left, he has to actually back down one more ledge, I think.
Oh, yes, that's
he's
true.
He's up that first initial ledge. He could back down one more or maybe side hill over, but it's a little loose in this section. He actually has to back down a little bit further to get over into that soft sand section. based on what's going on, he should be on the far right line. Is going to be his better position right now. But I think he just, when you're out qualifying and you don't make that climb that you thought you were going to make, sometimes you can just probably get a little bit flustered, and now you're probably more mad at yourself than anything else.
Exactly.
Just wants to get up that hill. It's also, this is one thing, once you've raced this race, you learn this race, is this is not trail wheeling, this is racing. And the most important advice that I give to anybody who's going to come out and participate in this type of race is I say to them, pre-run with your helmets on, with your neck, with your harnesses on, if you have a Hans device or whatever neck restraint you're wearing, because that affects your visibility, it affects how you feel in the car. And so if you don't spend a lot of time in the car in race mode, sometimes it's just hard to understand what's happening with the car on course.
100% agree with you on that. And that is Robbie Hartman up there helping him. He's been out here, a part of the Ultra 4 crew, course marking, course working, doing everything out here.
Yeah, I don't know. It looks like he may be calling it. It looks like he was waving him off course, giving him the best way to get out of that situation. I'm not sure. But at this point, with this qualifying time, just turn around and come home.
Exactly. Save the car. That's what you call it. Save the car. There we go.
Yeah, it looks like they're just giving him an out. Who knows? Maybe he's having an issue. Maybe it's not running right. Maybe it's not pulling the way he wants it to, and that's why he wasn't able to climb that hill. Or maybe he's just headed over to the sand hill and he's going to keep going. We'll wait and find out. It may have been a situation where he wanted clarification if he could do that.
That is true, because you don't want to do something that backing down or going backwards on course, because we all know that's a big no-no. He's definitely taking it easy. He might have something going on with his
Well, at this point, when you're at a 7-minute qualifying time, there's no point trying to set the world on fire. You're not going to make up 4 minutes between there and Hammertown.
Definitely not.
Speaking of safety, it's important to remember that when it comes to race day out there on Thursday, on Friday, on Saturday, pay attention to your surroundings, watch where you are, make sure you know where the race course is if you're going out to spectate or if you're just going out to have a little bit of fun here in the Hammers. Remember, there is a race going on. Do not cheers up.
So it looks like Ross Glaive is just going to take it back in to Hammertown.
As James Penzella leaves the line. As I was saying, make sure you know where the race course is. Stay safe out there. Download that BFG On Trail app. That shows you all the race course, all the spectating areas. You know exactly where you're going to be on the race course on race day. Be safe out there as we're enjoying this racing here in Johnson Valley, California.
And mind the signs. There's signs, there's course markers out there everywhere.
Miles was saying there's signs, there's fences, there's so much information out there. Just pay attention to your surroundings, and then also while you're out there, pick up some trash and bring it back to Hammertown if you see it.
And we have Mr. Chuck Crossland out there. He's number 3 right now in our overall qualifying. So he's sitting out here watching to see if his spot sticks.
All right, and it looks like Ross is back into town. James Penzella. We're just waiting we're getting his timer updated. And it looks like James is making his way down through We're just watching him make his way up to this rock section, and we're just, the question, it looks like he's headed over to the rock side of the course as well. Good for him. Get in there, and as I said before, there's a couple different lines here. That far right line is the more traditional line because it's a lot of rock. The transition is very, very difficult, though. You can see him struggling with those 37-inch tall tires.
And it looks like he's having some trouble as well on that second lip of the rock hill.
Well, the transition out of the dirt here and into the rocks is a little bit tricky, and it is, you're basically climbing 2 different ledges at the same time, and it's a lot steeper than it looks on camera is the other issue.
The cameras definitely don't do it justice.
Yeah, and you're limited to a 37-inch non-sticky tire. It makes it a little bit more difficult to get up that section of the course, but it looks like he's trying to make good use of it.
Second one, having trouble. Oh, now he's kind of wedged in between a boulder.
No, he just needs to hit it a little harder and he'll be fine. That's the key right there. You just got to stay in it and it'll crawl its way to the top. As you said earlier, Pam, when in doubt,
throttle out.
Throttle out, yep.
Or pin it to win it.
It's
up
only
that hill.
parts.
Pin it to win it for himself up that hill.
It's only parts and money.
Right? Speaking of, 4 Wheel Parts is out here. They have had daily deliveries for people that need parts for their cars, that they have them in their warehouse.
4 Wheel Parts also giving away a huge toolbox, 2 of them actually.
From Boxo, correct?
One to a spectator, yeah, Boxo toolbox with 4 Wheel Parts. Giant box, it's wrapped with King of the Hammers logos. It's on display right out in front of our booth here on main stage. You simply walk over to the 4 Wheel Parts tent, fill out an application to win, fill out an entry, I should say, to win. And then they're also giving one to the overall winner of the Everyman Challenge.
And we do have one right out front right here on display.
We do, you can come see it. And as I think we're wrapping up.
Getting close here to the end.
Getting close to the end.
Oh no!
Oh, another turn 19 victim. That's a shame.
He was having troubles going up the rock face just now, and now he's on his lid.
Now he's on his lid at the bottom. Yep.
That number 44 of Caleb Boxey is on going up the rock area right now.
Yeah, the question will be, do they? What we've seen so far is the safety crew will come out and shut these guys down when they get up. We'll see if they stop him or if they let him continue on the course. They want to try to get that short course clear before they let that driver up and out, but it'll basically be determined by how fast he climbs this rock face.
Well,
all
Ian?
Right. Well, Pam, Mrs. Pam Hall, it's been great hanging out in the booth with you. We're going to hand our mics off to a couple of new people right now.
It's been a great day. So now we have Jim Martison and Miles Hasselquist coming in to finish out this hour and take over Power Hour. So stay tuned.
So on screen, we're watching Caleb Boxey. I'm Miles Hasselquist with my good buddy, Jim Martison. How's it going, Jim?
I'm very good, Miles. Thank you very much, Pam. Thank you very much to Ian. It's been a fantastic day qualifying, and it's about to get better now. We're coming up to Power Hour. That hour that everyone wants to see, and we got some big hitters for you this afternoon.
If you're just joining in, this is the 4 Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. That's 44 Caleb Boxey. Looks like they're going to shut him down and give him a rerun. We just saw James Panzella take a little tumble.
Yeah, no one likes to see that. That turn 19's been catching out a few people this weekend. And I can guarantee it's going to catch out a few more.
These guys and gals are going to be pushing to the absolute limits.
They
First
will.
off the line in Power Hour is going to be Sean Rance Sr.
Looking forward to this. Just looking at our current top 3 on the leaderboard as we're looking at Sean Rance Sr. there lining up In third position, we've got Chuck Crossland with a 2:27. In second, it's Dan Fresh with a 2:23. But leading up at the moment, it's Cody Young with a 2:18.
2:18 fastest time of the day. My guess earlier was a 2:03. That's 15 seconds. That's going to be hard to shave off.
Well, let's not forget the UTVs yesterday. Our fastest driver was a 2:08. Is that in danger today, do we think?
It's going to be close. What's your guess?
Well, I'm looking at the weather outside. I'm looking at the fact we've got a lot of bright sun, we've got a lot of dust.
And the shadows are going to start coming out.
Yeah, I'm also looking at the fact that it is actually now 4:15. So there's going to be a lot of changes. There's going to be a lot of shadow on that course. It's going to be very difficult for these drivers. But we got some really hard-hitting people out here.
And it sounds like Ben Napier's down in the pits with a little update. What do you got for us, buddy?
Yeah, good day, guys. Ben Napier in the pits. I've got Justin Hall here, who's lined up for Power Hour. Justin, you excited to qualify, be back at King of the Hammers?
I'm definitely stoked to be back here at King of the Hammers. Always, whenever you strap in a race car, you got a little nerves going on, but once the green flag drops, I'm sure those will go away, and it's time to do business.
Awesome. And you made any changes to this car for this year? What's going on?
I didn't make too many changes to this car. The car has pretty much been the same for the past 4 years, just been refining it and getting it faster and faster.
Awesome. Well, best of luck. Back to the guys in the booth.
Sean Rance, number 4531, out on course out of Farmington, New Mexico with Mud Nut Racing. He's got his whole family out here, and they're going to have a lot of fun. He's heading around the backside of Means Butte.
And Sean Rance is our first runner in this afternoon's Everyman Challenge Power Hour. I am so pleased to be back here and watching this, Miles.
And
it's already starting to get exciting.
He's racing that Bronco with Ford Performance Horsepower. Heading up towards Short Bus, and they'll take a 90 right towards the rock sections. Look how chewed up this course is getting.
It is, and look at the shadows, Miles. Makes a big difference, and he'll be very pleased to be the first one off the line for this Power Hour this afternoon. This is, I think we can safely say, one of the original Broncos that has been racing with us
Absolutely, he's
here.
been racing this one for a long time. Him and his son built this in a 2-car garage. Yeah, look at that shadow. You're 100% correct, Jim.
And it's only going to get worse. Yeah, but have you noticed how that corner's become completely dug out as the day's worn on?
So we're at that minute 11 mark. So it's a little bit off pace.
And he's coming round to the mountain now. See the shadows. Now, where's he going to go? He's going to take the straight line? Yes, of course he is.
Nope, he's taking that hard left.
He's going the left.
He's trying to save the car. Off next, it looks like that's Rick. No, that is going to be Caleb Boxey. Doing a rerun.
Doing his reruns.
Number 44.
Yep, Caleb not part of the Power Hour, but he is today.
Top left is still Sean Rance Sr. Made it up and around. Now he's coming on down it back to the short course.
Well, we're getting people on social asking what is our best guess? Who is going to get the fastest time and what's it going to be? I'll be honest with you, I'm looking down through here. I reckon it's going to be Casey Gilbert.
Or Randy Slawson.
Yeah, I've got Casey Gilbert. Don't forget, he rolled last year on Prologue. He's got a point to prove, and I'm going to say that he's going to go with a 2:12.
That's a pretty good guess. Sean Rance Sr. heading in.
But don't be shy, Miles. Give us a guess.
Casey Gilbert's going to be hard to beat, but I said 2:03. I think I'm a little off.
Yeah, 2:03. I think you're a bit that. Yeah, that maybe tomorrow.
As the Bronco comes through the Bronco Arch as we speak.
Fantastic
Sean Rance
shots.
Sr. coming into Hammertown. Look how many people are here. Absolutely amazing. Hopefully he can keep it on all fours through turn 19. One more sweep around Talladega, and it'll hit the Yukon launch. We'll get a time for Sean Rance.
Sean putting in a nice steady time here. Not setting any land speed records, but he's safely back across the line in a 2:53.7. So nice run there.
So that'll put him about mid-pack as we're watching Caleb Boxey.
Caleb making a nice job of the rocks there. Let's not forget, these cars are on 37-inch tyres. Those rocks are big, they're mean, and they're nasty. And on course now, it's...
Rick Levezzo, I believe, out of Fort Worth, Texas, with R Squared Racing. Usually his brother Chad Levezzo rides co-driver with him. Couldn't quite tell who was in the car this time, but usually that's who's riding shotgun with him. Pretty cool.
Now, Rick usually runs a very powerful motor in this car, getting on up for the sort of 700 horsepower kind of mark. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do.
Rick Levezzo's been racing with us for quite a while, having a lot of fun with us here at Ultra 4 Racing. Again, if you're just tuning in, I'm Miles Hasquist alongside with Jim Marsden, and this is the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge Qualifier. As Boxy comes through the Bronco Arch, Rick Levezzo gets hung up.
Yep. Fall and foul again as he came in. Caught that front tyre. Now, has he got a flat? Has he got a problem? Taking a very alternative line down through there.
That's a tough break for Rick Levezzo. He had a good run going.
Now let's see if he can pick that pace up again and see if he can salvage this run. Makes his way round to the bottom of the mountain.
Caleb Boxy getting ready to hit the Yukon launch as we speak.
Yeah, as I thought, he's taking the left-hand line. He'll be going up the slightly slower side, but it's all about making those decisions as to which ways to go. Chatted to some of the drivers earlier, and they've been out there doing the math on which is the fastest line.
And up next is Cody St. Clair, number 4561 out of Ponder, Texas with SCR Motorsports. He's running that Tribe 16 machine.
Cody's been racing with us for many years now.
Him and his dad come to almost every single race. Cody and Anthony St. Clair.
Got 3 classes qualifying this afternoon. We've got the 4500 modifieds, we've got a 4600 stock class, and the 4800 Legends class. And on the track at the moment, it's the 4500 modifieds.
The 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. Both of them on screen at the same time. Rick Levezzo and Cody St. Clair. Look at that sun on the bottom there for Levezzo coming through the Bronco Arch in his Bronco.
Looks like Rick's putting it back together after that bit of bad luck earlier on.
Cody St. Clair making his way through the rocks. We'll see which line he picks. Rick Levezzo through turn 19. One more Talladega and hit the Yukon launch. So Cody St. Clair has an option right now. And he takes the left line, playing it safe.
And Rick Levezzo coming across the line. He's just cruising.
Up next is John Matthews, number 4580 out of Auburn, Washington with Off Track Motorsports. A Yukon athlete, John Matthews. In the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class, Yukon stepped up in a huge way and put tents. They've got a whole block of Yukon tents just right out here.
Have you been down there?
Yeah,
They've got
great.
grass. How cool is that? You walk down there and there's like a green grass in the desert. As Cody St. Clair makes his way down now. Round the final turn, looking his way towards, or round the bottom of King Hill.
Cody St. Clair still making some good time. He'll be going through the Bronco Arch shortly, as John Matthews, the bottom right, still making a great run. He put a big motor in this car right before Crandon last year. Cody through the Bronco Arch as we speak. Takes that center line.
Nicely done, very nicely controlled. But these classes are becoming more and more competitive every single year. The crew's putting in bigger motors, better transmissions, spending more time tuning that suspension. But we're certainly not seeing anyone at this moment challenging the times laid down earlier by Cody Young, Dan Fresh, and Chuck Crossland.
We'll get a time for Cody St. Clair. Looks like a 2:57, so they'll put a mid-pack. So John Matthews still running strong.
Yep.
And it looks like Justin Hall getting all slideways there off the line.
Yeah, Justin giving absolutely everything there.
Justin Hall out of Morgan Hill, California with Rock Hard Racing. John Matthews up and through the Bronco Arch as we speak. And bottom right is, oh my God, it's Justin Hall.
Justin Hall, he's absolutely giving it everything out there. Look at this. Now I want to watch him as he commits around here. Can't afford to overcommit.
And Justin Hall's in a single seat car. You can do that in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. The 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, you have to have 2 seats side by side. But both of these classes are going to have a 37-inch DOT tire. As John Matthews hits the Yukon launch in that Yukon car.
Yeah, John Matthews with a very good time there.
Ken Goodall, number 7779.
John Matthews
In a
coming in
beautiful
7th
car.
position there. So a great run there from John Matthews. And that puts him in 2nd place in 4,500. Our current leader in 4,500 is Dwayne Garretson, who we saw go much earlier today.
Kenneth Goodall out of Phoenix, Arizona with Goodall Racing. They've been racing with us for a very long time. Great to see him still playing around with us. Justin Hall makes it down that rock section.
Look at the shadows out there, Miles. It's really starting to darken there now.
Yeah, it's going to be a little tricky for them, but hey, they've earned their spot, so they get a race here. Ken Goodall bottom right. Well, both cameras. There we go. So Ken Goodall running strong.
And Kenneth is really laying it down. This is good, strong pace here. Oh, takes a big hit on that rock there for a moment.
Justin Hall back on our bottom right.
And Kenneth Goodall making his way around the left-hand side of the mountain. Good pace here.
Looks like, is that a right rear flat? Yes, it is. Ken Goodall has a right rear flat. That's going to slow him down. Tough break for him. Up next is going to be Twitchy McGee, 4622, out of Webster, Kentucky, with Rock Eater Racing. He likes to raise awareness for veterans' mental health and general health, so he's racing for a cure. Twitchy McGee, the best of the West from last season, for the 4600 Spider Track stock class. So look at that right rear tire completely coming apart. So that's going to cost Kenneth Goodall some time, but hey, he'll be back here and racing with us on Friday.
Yeah, but look at Kenneth Goodall's time. Still at 2:20 with a right rear flat. Just imagine what it could have been.
It would have been really close to the top of the pack.
Absolutely.
Twitch McGee in our bottom right. Kenneth Goodall top left. This is the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge Qualifier. They will be racing on Friday. We'll kick them off at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. We'll do side-by-side in 30-second increments, I believe. That race will be on adjusted time. As Twitch McGee heading up the rock section.
Kenneth Goodall crosses the line in 24th position with a 2:41.
So still fastest time of the day to beat is Mr. Cody Young with that 2:18.
Now, Twitchy McGee is the first of our 4600 stock class cars.
The 4600 Spider Track stock class.
Now, what's the difference between the stock class and the modifieds we've been looking at? The stock class have a 35-inch tyre. They also have to retain their chassis, although they can go outside on further points, and also they have to run the standard length shock absorber. So these cars really do take some driving.
And they are only a 35-inch DOT tire. Has to have a stock OEM frame, factory engine, but can be replaced with any available engine in the same make, model, and year. Single shock per corner. Factory style suspension, either leaf springs, coil springs, or whatnot, and have to have somewhat of mechanical steering. So up next is Brad Lovell, number 4621, out of Colorado Springs, Colorado, with Lovell Racing, and that brand new Ford Bronco. With portals up front, this car is an absolute art. And he's raced that Bronco twice and has won twice. So this is his third race. Can he do a three-peat?
It's looking, he's certainly favourite to do so. Now, these new Broncos that are coming out, they are incredible cars. To see production vehicles coming out here with minor modifications and taking on the Hammers course is remarkable. They're running a 2.7 twin-turbo V6 mated with a 10-speed automatic transmission. And I think they might upset a few people today in the other classes.
And Team Funhaver has one. Bailey Cole has one as well.
I'm going to see Bailey Cole in course in a minute. But at the moment, it's Twitchy McGee and Brad Lovell.
So Twitch McGee coming around this final turn as Brad Lovell's making his way through the rocks in that brand new Ford Bronco. Well, it's not brand new. He's raced it a couple times, but That's the one that was on stage last year.
Got a few dents to polish out, and that's Twitchy McGee crossing the line there in a 325.
326, 891. So great shot of Brad Lovell in that Ford Bronco with Ford Performance. Factory Ford driver. Brad Lovell's been racing with us for a very long time. He started racing in 2004 and has 9 championships in short course, Ultra 4, rock racing, with over 35 victories. And off the line next, number 13, Bailey Cole, and I believe Jason Shear is riding shotgun in that Ford Bronco.
Oh, that's very cool. Watching Brad Lovell at the moment, though, making his way around the bottom of Means Butte, heading towards the Bronco Arch. And this looks quick, Miles. This looks very quick.
So we have 2 Ford Broncos on course at the same time, Brad Lovell and Bailey Cole, number 13, with Bailey Cole Racing out of Temecula, California. Remember, these Broncos have the Ford, the IFS up front with portals, so ground clearance on race day is going to be a huge advantage.
Yeah, the current fastest time in stock class at the moment is a 2:57.
I think Brad's going to beat that one.
It looks like he's going to beat it by quite a margin.
So he'll be a 2:47 roughly.
He's around the final Talladega, lines up for the jump, and brings it home. And so you nailed it, Miles. That's a 2:46 there for Brad Lovell.
Huge shout out to Brad Lovell for a great run. As we're full screen with Bailey Cole, and like I said, I think it's Jason Shear riding shotgun. This is the first time this Bronco has seen a race, or has been in a race. This is the 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge qualifying, and it looks like he's in rear-wheel drive only. Not sure what's going on.
Yeah, it looks like, oh no.
So it must have popped out of gear or something, but Bailey Cole gets her back in and running. That'll cost him a little bit of time, but he'll be able to pull it all together.
This is what happens when you have lots of switches and buttons. No, Bailey's come up through the ranks. He's been racing out here since he was a tiny child.
And on
and
now
he's doing
is
a great job.
Vaughn Gittin Jr., and I believe Lauren Healy's going to be riding shotgun with him in that Ford Bronco. So Ford Broncos back to back to back. Vaughn Gittin Jr. was our national points championship last season in the 4,400 class. So he's double dipping here at the 2022 Progressive King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries.
It's Bailey Cole making his way through the Bronco Arch.
He takes that far left line, a little more direct. Number 13, Bailey Cole with a smooth run.
Into turn 19.
Vaughn Gittin Jr., a monster athlete, running strong. There is action all over this course, Jim.
There is, and there's Broncos all over this course as well. Look at them, everywhere. I'm loving the bodywork on these new cars. It's great to see a major manufacturer.
So we'll get a time for Bailey Cole, gonna be roughly 2:56.663. Puts him 43rd overall, I believe.
Yeah, 43rd overall and second in class.
So Vaughn Gittin Jr. making his way around. Taking off next should be RPM Extreme, John Schaefer, number 4688. Out of Birmingham, Alabama. Vaughn Gittin Jr., Team Fun Haver.
That'll be interesting to watch his line as he comes down the back of the hill.
So off the line now is John Schaefer out of Birmingham, Alabama with RPM Extreme. Running strong.
Vaughn makes his way down, picks his way nicely through the rocks, buries the skinny pedal and heads back out into the desert.
There's one little jump he's about to hit as we speak.
Is it a jump at that speed, Miles?
He got a little hang time. So the Ford Bronco getting ready to go through the Ford Bronco Arch.
These shots are incredible. I love this.
We're waiting to see, there's John Schaefer coming to screen as we speak. 2 cars on the qualifying course at a time.
This is a standard production vehicle that we're watching with a few modifications. That's what you got to get your head around. That's the impressive part.
Absolutely amazing what the Bronco team has came together with. Those Nitto tires hooking up.
Into the final Talladega bend. It's Vaughn Gittins Jr.
So
And
the
I don't think he's-
2567, I just noticed that. So that's Vaughn's number and Lauren's number.
Yeah, he's not going to unseat Brad Lovell. Brad Lovell takes the honors in the 4500 class.
254, 474 for Vaughn Gittins Jr. So about 41st for now. Overall. John Schaefer on screen. Up next is, I believe that's Sean Reisky, part of Team Indiana.
Yeah, sure. Yep.
So John Schaefer made it up the rock section, and now he's heading down.
And on the line now, waiting to go, it is Sean Reisky.
Lots of action all over the course. Apologize if we miss a few things here and there. But Sean Reisky, number 866 out of Mishawaka, Indiana, with Auto Pros Off-Road.
And he is the
first. It's a brand new built chassis. He just finished, he's been building it the last couple months.
And he's the first of our 4800 class here today in the Everyman parts, in the Everyman Power Hour qualifier. That was a mouthful. I was struggling with that one for a moment there.
We still have lots of heavy hitters yet to come. Sean Reisky and John Schaefer on screen. Sean Reisky making quick work.
Yeah, he's blazing up the trails here. Very different pace. See what he does with this corner. Very nicely done indeed. Makes his way through.
So
hooks up those 37-inch tires nicely.
John Schaefer in the 4600 Spider Track stock class about to wrap it up as we watch Sean Reisky in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
Okay, what line's he going to take? He's taking that left line again.
It seems to be the safer, more preferred line, that's for sure.
Is. It's still not an easy line though, Mars. You still got to work hard.
Loose.
It is getting loose. You still have to work it.
Up next is Mr. Cameron Steele himself. He has raced every single race thus far and will continue on. Had a little struggle from here to here, but Cameron Steele.
Racing a Trent Fab machine.
Out of San Clemente, California, with Desert Assassins and Laser Nut.
And the top corner of our screen there.
Cameron Steele was at the 2008 King of the Hammers event. Monster athlete. Making that Trent Fab machine work strong. As Sean Reisky coming into town, hitting turn 19.
Right, let's go back to our top three, Mars. We've got Cody Young sitting there at the moment in first position with a 218, Dan Fresh with a 223, and Chuck Crossland with a 227. Is Cameron Steele going to be able to pull one of these guys out of there?
It's going to be close. It's going to be tough. But Dwayne Garretson, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, is sitting on the pole. But I heard he's looking for an engine. So if anybody has an LS, hit up Dwayne Garretson. As Cameron Steele's pushing strong with Brian Wood riding shotgun. I was able to ride with Brian in his Trent Fab machine over Thanksgiving. He showed me the ropes on most of the rock trails, had a lot of fun with that. And last year's winner of the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class is Chase Caprara.
Okay, we're watching Cameron now. He's going up the right-hand side of the mountain. He's made short work of it, avoided the rocks at the top, and he's already on the descent. This is a good time here from Cameron.
Cameron Steele with a great run going. Has Chase Caprara in the 1481 out of Salinas, California, with Rock Rage Racing in that 2020 Bomber chassis. His dad, Brian Caprara, will be racing later on tomorrow, actually, in Power Hour.
Cameron's one of the hardest working racers out here. Pre-runs for weeks and months before this event. And you can see the sun there coming into the driver's eyes as he makes his way through the Bronco Arch. We're just hitting the 2-minute time now.
Cameron Steele really pushing strong. This is going to be a very solid run. This will be top 10 for sure. Chase Caprara running strong in his Bomber chassis with those Yokohama tires. Oh. Stuffs the front end pretty hard, but keeps on rolling with it. Hits a rock.
Now, if he hasn't got a flat there, I'm incredibly impressed. That was a big hit there from Chase.
So Cameron Steele's going to have a time right around 2:31, 2:34. So right in that top 10. Chase Caprara making it up the rock section. Does a quick little one shot. He's at that 1:15, so he'll be right around Cameron Steele's time, I believe.
Yeah, Cameron Steele just slotting in there in 10th position. So a nice solid run there from Cameron.
Up next is 48-37. That is Doc Jones with Dan Young riding shotgun. Out of Laramie, Wyoming with Doc Jones Racing, that Trent Fab top shelf chassis. He's heavily involved with Wyotech.
Chase Capera's looking quick here. Looking very solid as he makes his way up towards the Bronco Arch. Took that big hit earlier on, but those Yokohama tires sucked it.
And Chase
it's
Caprara takes
roll.
a huge tumble. Catches that middle rock section. That's a terrible break.
Hero to zero, all in a few seconds.
Tough break for Chase Caprara.
Now I'll wait to see the replay. I've got a feeling he hit that big rock in the center.
In the center, yep. There's a left and a right lane, and he went right down the middle. Tough break for Chase Caprara, last year's winner in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. We are qualifying for the 4-wheel parts Every Man Challenge.
And you never know what's going to come next, do you?
So
every turn of the wheel is different.
So they're sending Doc Jones back for a rerun as we recover Chase Caprara. Here's the replay of Chase, and he hits that rock right there. Just tough break. Takes it for a pretty good tumble, but that bomber chassis will take a licking and keep on going. Here it is once again, just kind of unsettles itself. So the rock's actually up here, so he crashed before the rock.
Yeah, he crashed before. So I'm not too sure what happened there, but one thing's for certain, he's not on 4 wheels anymore.
So there's a great shot of Kimberly and Hunter Sparrow, husband and wife team. She'll drive in her class, and then he will drive in the 4400 class. So on the line, we're watching Andrew Gorman. He's been doing a lot of printing for us, so a huge shout out to Gorman. He's been helping us a lot behind the scenes. And it sounds like Ben Napier's down in the pits. What do we got, buddy?
Good day, guys. Ben in the pits. I've got my really good friend, Randy Slawson. He's lined up here, current King of the Hammers. Brought out his 4800 Legends car. How you going, mate?
I can't complain. It's another day in paradise.
Awesome.
Nice to be here.
Very cool, very cool. It's great to be back and hanging out with you guys. What do you think of this qualifying course this year?
Man, it's a good one. There's lots of places you can mess up out there. Lots of square edge stuff and big holes. It's going to be a good one.
Yep. And do you think the this running today is going to be really good pre-running for you in the 4400 car tomorrow?
Absolutely. Yeah, we're looking forward to seeing everything the day before the race.
Yep, absolutely. And you've got your brother Mike back in the co-driver's seat. That must be pretty cool.
Yeah, it's been a minute since Mike has been out here with me, but I'm excited about having him back in the car. Dustin's still riding with me in 4400, but Mike agreed to come and take the punishment on Friday so that I didn't have to do it to Dustin.
Great. And smooth sailing, or you've had a couple of issues this week? How's the prep gone? Done some pre-running?
Man, this year has fought me harder than any year ever. I was up down in California, down in Riverside last night. Got back here about 4:30 this morning, working on gluing this front axle back together. Broke it out on lap 1 yesterday, and we've had the tranny out of the car today. We've really been working overtime trying to make this thing right, but it's feeling great right now.
Well, I'm really cheering for you. Thanks, Randy. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Ben, on that great chat with our current king, Randy Slawson. We just saw Andrew Gorman, number 4853, take off. Running strong. Those Nitto tires kicking up dust. And again, a huge shout out. He's been helping so much behind the scenes here at King of the Hammers. He helped us wrap those progressive containers as well. Everybody's been super busy the last month, as you know, Jim. Lots of race prep, lots of King of the Hammers prep. So Andrew Gorman, number 4853, running strong. So Jim, what do we have sitting in number 2 right now?
Well, we've got a change. We've in first position, we've got Cody Young with a 218, and then sneaking in through the back door, we've got Sean Rasky with a 222. So a fantastic run there from Sean. While all the action was going on and all the cameras were on Chase Capera's roll, he snuck across the line to take that second place spot. So a great run there from Sean Rasky.
So that's the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. In the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, it's Dwayne Garretson on the pole.
Yep.
They will be. They will start on race day as they qualify. So we'll kind of mix up the 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge classes, but they will be racing their own class. This race will be on adjusted time on Friday. Andrew Gorman with a smooth run so far.
Making his way up through the Bronco Arch now. Now our recovery crews are that quick that Chase Capera is already off the course.
Chase Capera is good to go, and Jeremy Jones heading back out for his rerun. The number 4837, Jeremy Jones in that Trimp Fab machine. Yukon Gear and Axle Modified, Yukon sponsored machine. Dan Yun riding shotgun. Ooh, that rocked. That's this course is getting tricky.
Yeah, you can see how that's dug out in the bottom there.
And I know they'll be pre-running some more tonight for the 4400 class.
Almost certainly. But we've still got some big hitters to come out yet. Still got Casey Gilbert, of course, Randy Slawson, and Dustin Sexton.
And Kimberly Sparrow.
Indeed. And this is Power Hour at the 2022. Qualifying for the Everyman's Challenge. Oh, look at this. Beautiful driving here.
Jeremy Jones with a great run going.
If you can get those rocks right, they save those vital seconds.
I hear somebody taking off, I believe. Is that Kimberly and Hunter Sparrow? Yes, it is, number 872. Husband and wife team, that's relationship building 101 at its finest. If you can get along in a race car, you can get along doing anything. Jeremy Jones getting ready head through the Bronco Arch.
Takes that left-hand line as he passes through.
A little more direct and quicker if you can pick your line just right.
And it's so hard to see on the camera how big those rocks are, but they are big, they're gnarly as he makes his way around through turn 19, sliding sideways.
Front end was pushing a little bit, but he kept her under control.
Yeah, he's got a good time going here.
So Doc Jones and Kimberly Sparrow on screen, picture in picture. How amazing is this Hammer King Productions footage? You can also get a little more behind the scenes stuff if you get the premium package.
Kimberly doing a wonderful job here, just picking those lines, keeping it clean.
Uh-oh, a right front flat tire for Kimberly Sparrow. Tough break for her. This course is tough, and this is only a 1.3 mile qualifying run. They're going to be running over 150 miles on race day.
It'll be interesting to watch this climb here in three-wheel drive, or with 3 inflated tires. And she's making it look rather easy. Beautiful
She's on
driving
that
there
left
from Kimberly.
side line.
As the shadows lengthen here in Johnson Valley, we still have more action for you. As off the line now, it is Dustin Sexton.
Dustin Sexton, number 4437, out of Commerce, Utah, with Sexton Off-Road.
Now Dustin is a real chance of putting Cody Young under pressure.
He started racing. Pole sitter. He started racing King of the Hammers in 2009, so he's been with us for a very long time.
So the time to beat at the moment is Cody Young with a 2:18. In second, we saw him on your screens only a few moments ago, is Sean Rasky with a 2:22. In third, it's the man himself, Dan Fresh, with a 2:23. Then in fourth, it's Chuck Crossland with a 2:27. And then our highest placed 4500 modified car is Dwayne Garretson with a 2:28. And on pole for stock class, it is Brad Lovell.
We're riding on board with Dustin Sexton. Look how hard that steering wheel he's having to work it. Got all their safety gear on. Dustin Sexton is an older Trent Fab machine, but it's still running strong. Just shows you how well built these machines are.
These Trent Fab machines, they're like little bit battle tanks. They really do hang together in the rocks. Very, very fast. And very popular indeed. Taking that left-hand line.
So picture in pictures, Dustin Sexton outside and inside. Great to see him still racing with us. Another Yukon sponsored machine.
So Dustin's not on pace at the moment to take that top spot.
Up next is the number 618, Casey Gilbert.
But this is a man who could challenge for the top spot. It is Casey Gilbert in the Miller frame. Nitto-sponsored athlete, and he's here with a point to prove. He rolled in the prologue last year, and he'll be wanting to do great things today.
Casey
so Cody
Gilbert.
Young is currently leading with a 2:18. What can Casey Gilbert give us?
He's going to have to give him a run for his money out of Fenton, Michigan with Gilbert Brothers Racing.
As Dustin makes his way down through the Bronco Arch, look at these pictures. Absolutely amazing stuff here from the Hammer King team.
Casey Gilbert giving a great run. The Method race wheels still holding up strong. Ditto tires putting down the traction.
And Casey's looking fast here. He's looking fast, but he's looking smooth.
Look how dug out this course is getting.
Now, where's he going?
He's taking the left line.
That's interesting.
Dustin Sexton will get a time for him right around that 2:55. Yep, 2:55, 4:60 for Dustin Sexton. Put a mid-pack.
Yeah, nice steady run there from Dustin. A whip right. Just watching this now, and Casey is up on time.
Casey Gilbert with a great run going.
Very nicely done indeed. Makes his way down through to the bottom of Means Butte. Makes the turn to come around the bottom of King Hill.
And last but certainly not least, Randy Slawson, 48-48.
Last year's 4400 class king, of course. Randy is going to be racing in both classes this year.
In two separate cars out of Gardnerville, Nevada.
As we watch Casey Gilbert, who's putting a fantastic run together here, making his way into turn 19.
This is going to give Cody Young a run for his money with that 2:18 time to beat. I think he's going to sneak in there.
This is looking very good here from Casey. This is great stuff. This is what we want to see. So he's putting that Miller frame through his paces as he makes his way around the Talladega Bend.
Casey Gilbert in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, getting ready to get a time. It's going to be darn near a tie.
Close.
Nope, Cody Young's going to hold it, I think.
Casey Gilbert comes in at a 2:20. Cody Young is a still our pole setter with a 2:18.
2 seconds.
2 seconds.
That's amazing.
But we still have someone very special on course, and that man we can see right now is Randy Slawson.
Our current king in the 4400 Race of Kings class.
In a car that was built to do one job, and that is race at King of the Hammers.
Those King shocks really working well. Single shock per corner in this class. Randy Slawson really doing well. I love how far that rear tire hangs over. Really just helps the suspension work. I was able to take a ride in that car over Thanksgiving. Randy took me for a ride, and everybody was like, so how was it? I was like, well, I felt like I should have been scared, but man, that was fun.
Okay, he's making his way up now toward the arch. Takes that left line. Oh, gets a bad kick there.
Kisses the Bronco arch just a tick.
As you would like to say, Miles, he's leaving it all out there on the course. Makes his way around turn 19.
One more turn to go, and then he'll hit the Yukon launch. We'll see what kind of time he throws down. It's going to be very
throwing
close.
Dirt as he pulls it round.
I think he's going to upset Cody Young. He will. Randy Slawson's going to be our pole setter for the entire day, and that's why it's good to be king.
Randy Slawson comes in with an incredible 2:14. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen, and that's why we're here right now for Power Hour, to see the best of the best laying down the fastest times. So our pole setter is Randy Slawson with a 2:14. In second, it was that man who was sitting there for so long, Cody Young, with a 2:18. In third, it was Casey Gilbert. We just saw him on course with a 2:20. In fourth is Sean Rasky with a 2:22. In fifth is Dan Fresh with a 2:23. Then it's Chuck Crossland with a 2:27. And then we've got the first of our 4,500 class cars is Dwayne Garretson in 7th position with a 2:28. And let's not forget, we've got Brad Lovell, who's leading up that 4,600 class in that Bronco.
Pole. Absolutely. The Ford Broncos on the pole for the 4,600 Spider Track stock class.
Well, Mars, it's been a fantastic afternoon here of qualifying here in Hammertown. I just cannot believe how exciting this is. And let's not forget, we're only just getting started.
Yeah, up next at 5:30 is the Pit Crew Challenge presented by Pro Eagle and Buggy Whip. Pam and Dustin Jones will be joining myself. That's going to be a lot of fun tonight.
Indeed. And then tomorrow, of course, it is the qualifying for the 4,400 class. We'll be starting around midday, and then we will have Power Hour at 4 o'clock till 5 o'clock.
What a great day it's been, and it's just getting started. We still have some more action to go yet tonight and the rest of the week. Looks like we'll get Scott out there and have a quick chat. So we'll have an interview here shortly.
So we've got our pole setter Randy Slawson up on stage. My man Ben is going to be giving him a quick interview very, very shortly. Just going to let him get his helmet off, get his safety harnesses off, and we'll be able to have a talk to him and see how that felt in his 4,800 class car.
So Scott Rain will have a quick chat with him, and it looks like Mike Slawson's riding with Randy. So Scott, what do you got, buddy?
Test. There we go. Randy, I don't know what's worse, being the last car off the line in qualifying and then taking the top spot, or having the top spot for about 5 hours, only having one guy to come along and unseat you at the very last second. Randy, talk about absolutely putting your foot down super hard after last year, going, you know what, that was last year, this is this year.
I love going fast. What can I say? I've got a lot of good people behind me. This car is so badass. We worked all night on it, and I didn't get to bed till 4:30 this morning. I broke the front end in half yesterday, and Justin from TubeWorks helped me weld it back together in his shop. It's so insane.
You know what we're seeing right now? Absolutely. Take a look at this man right here inside this car. This epitomizes King of the Hammers. The emotion, the family involvement, the friend involvement, the crew involvement, and you know what? You put all those hours, all those days, all those weeks, all those months in preparation. You did it justice right here, right now, this moment.
I got to thank King Shocks and BFG Tires and Willwood Brakes, CBR Radiator, CBM Motors, Josh at Proper Tuning, Trail Ready Wheels, I'm so bad, JE Reel, PRP Seats, CBR Steering, not CBR, PSC Steering. I got a lot of good people behind me, and it really shows we make this thing fly.
Well, like I said before, last year was last year. You're back. You're starting to defend that title real fast, real quick, and say, boys, I was one to beat last year. I think I may be the one to beat you again this year. Nice job, man.
Thanks so much. Happy to be here.
Ladies and gentlemen, the fast qualifier of your four-wheel parts Everyman Challenge. It's this man right here picking up right where he left off last year, Randy Slawson.
Talk about emotion. Randy Slawson, our current king, just laid the smackdown with an amazing run.
And that is the stuff of legends. Right there. Randy Slawson epitomizes absolutely everything that makes Ultra 4 Racing and King of the Hammers absolutely incredible, and the reason that we come back here year after year. But we still have more to come. At 5:30 tonight, we had the Pit Crew Challenge, so don't disappear, people. We are going to have so much fun here, up here on stage. And then tomorrow, the action really starts once again. At midday, 12 p.m., we are going to be seeing the live qualifying for the 4400 class here.
The Nitto Race of Kings.
Can't wait for
it's
that,
gonna
mate.
Be awesome, isn't it, Jim?
It is indeed.
We'll be,
and then not forget, at 4 till 5, we are going to be back for Power Hour, and we have some major hitters out there coming out to play.
And then Thursday we'll kick off with the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Friday will be the 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge race, and then Saturday is the Nitto Race of Kings. So be sure to tune in all week long for the rest of the 2022 Progressive King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Battery.
Thank you, Mars. It's been fantastic to be back up here with you this afternoon.
Always a pleasure, buddy.
Look forward to seeing you tomorrow for some more action.
So we'll see you here in about a half hour for the Pit Crew Challenge presented by Pro Eagle Jack and Buggy Whip. We'll see you in just a little bit.
Conquer the elements, handle the most extreme environments, and dominate the desert and trails with King's new 2021 Ford Bronco 2.5 OEM Performance Upgrade Kit. All kits are 100% designed, manufactured, and assembled in our Southern California facility. See why we're the first choice for experienced off-road racers worldwide, and order your Bronco kit today.
You have just won 3 championships in a row.
Man, Supercross is giving me everything. It's just had such a blast doing it.
And you get it all the way around here.
This past season, it's like I had 7 surgeries in 9 months. I don't want to be put under again. I don't see the end in sight because, like, what else am I going to do? That run out, you know?
Unleashed with Dingo and Dale, fueled by Monster Energy.
Your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Deny.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian.
Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
There once was a colt who was raised by goats. He struggled at first on the snow, the rocks, and the rivers. Then he became strong, capable of handling any terrain. And the colt became a Bronco. With 7 available goat modes that adapt the vehicle to go over any type of terrain, this is the all-new Bronco Sport. It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning. Business.
Race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Monster mate. Let your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Deny.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian.
Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Bronco, an American classic, returns. And it only gets better when it's outfitted with the right gear. From bumpers to winches, rigging accessories, suspensions, body armor, and wheels. You need a full array of gear to outfit your Bronco for adventure. Get them now at warn.com.
Business in the front, business in the back. The all-new 2021 Ford F-150 with new available interior and tailgate work surfaces.